All around me are familiar faces, worn out places, worn out faces, bright and early for their daily races, going nowhere, going nowhere. Their tears are filling up their glasses, no expression, no expression. Hide my head, I want to drown my sorrow. No tomorrow, no tomorrow.
And I find it kind of funny, find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I ever had. I find it hard to tell you, find it hard to say. When people run in circles, it's a very, very bad world. Bad world. Children waiting for the day they feel good. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Wanna feel the way that every child should sit and listen, sit and listen. Went to school and I was very nervous. No one knew me, no one knew me. Hello teacher, tell me, what's my lesson? Look right through me, look right through me. And I find it kind of funny, find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I ever had. Find it hard to tell you, find it hard to say. When people run in circles, it's a very, very bad And I find it kind of funny, find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I ever had. Find it hard to tell you, find it hard to change. When people run in circles, it's a very, very bad world. Bad world. Like your world. Bad world.
Well, hello there. Hello, Mad World. So good to see you today. I'm so glad you didn't disappoint me. It is brilliant. I like their rendition. Very good. I'll put the link up if you want to go give them some love. Ulick's not here right at the moment. It's just me. You just have me all to yourself. Isn't that fun? Okay. Joanie complains about people. That's what you've came here for, right? To hear me complain about people. The world is driving me crazy. I must complain about something. And since I like to speak in general terms, let me complain about all things. Yes. I'm Joanie Rotten, and I study human behavior. I want to know why we do the things we do. Very curious about that. Hello, Paul. We were just talking about you, Paul. Wondering where you had been. It's been very quiet in the world of YouTube chat this last couple weeks. Assuming holiday. And has everybody seen I Will Never Conform's nominees for the, Golden Conform Awards. Brilliant video. In the library. It's good to see you. I see Jerry's here. That is the sweetest. It was me. She was lip syncing. Jerry, I want you to think, that's how I want you to dream of me. Just like her. She's freaking adorable. If I could pop in there, I would have. She can be me. She vicariously. Is that why your ears were burning? Were they ringing or were they burning? I like ringing better, Paul. I don't want to burn people's ears, but ring, ring. Somebody likes you. Somebody's thinking about you. You're liked somewhere. It's one thing to be loved. I'm loved by a lot of people. I'm not liked by many. I always thought, my mom used to say something interesting when I was little. She used to say, right, I'd say, I love you, Mom. And she goes, or maybe even she'd just say it. It didn't necessarily have to be in response to me saying the terms of endearment. She would just say, I don't love you. I like you. And I have to be honest, I think my mom meant it just like that. She just kind of liked me. In her mind, love was complicated, but she could like me. You're all right. But from my perspective, I always thought to myself, it's much better to be liked than to be loved. You know what I mean? I love a lot of things. I'd love a cheeseburger at one point in my life. I'd love an ice cold beer. I'd love a puppy. I'd love a beautiful sunny day. But liking things, that's different. Like somehow makes me think of tolerance. Can love things one time. You can love it. Oh, loved this weather. Liking it means that you're assuming it's going to come back. I like this weather. I like it when it's like this. This is likable. It's likable. Hey, you pubes. Welcome in. Handsome man in a car. I have to zoom in here. Let's take a peek. Oops. Yes, I would say. Handsome man in a car. Spotted. I spotted one. Isn't that fabulous? It's age restricted, Paul says. Do you want me to? I was just about to say until I read that. I was just about to say, well, I can play it. And then I read, play it, please. Yes, I will, Paul. Just for you. Just for you, I will. Come over to my house. I have cable. Don't bunny ear yourself another worry. Oh, no, wrong. Sorry, I clicked the wrong button. There we go. Yes. I have to be honest. I've got some interesting things that are playing out into my mind hole lately. The chasm that is my brain. I think I might even have found somebody that could possibly be a source for my meaning of life theory. I'm going to cross my fingers. I'm doing a little bit more investigative journaling to see if they might be worthy of an email. So that's going on. That doesn't happen often. And, I might just try it again and see. I might have found somebody in a different spot, much like myself. So let's see. Yes. Okay, here it is. And I will just say, Conform, thank you. We already know you're going to be fine with us sharing your videos. So thanks for making this for us. I did have a good giggle, and now I will share it with my peeps.
Hopefully the electric fire's going tomorrow.
The electric fire's going? What do you mean?
Electric bag.
Electric bag?
Bag. B-A-K.
Yeah. Electric bag.
What bag?
What do you mean? You have to explain.
What, did you not know I've got an electric bag?
You've got an electric bag.
Bag.
Bag, B-A-G.
B for Bertie.
Yeah.
I for India.
I.
K-E. Bag.
Right.
Oh, boy.
See, we were hearing bag, back, but bike. You fucking foreigners.
I just stand by
Push that button, electric back.
Where's the charger? I'm on that
Oh, bloody hell. Happy fucking Christmas.
highlight of the year. That's the highlight of the year, wasn't it?
Oh, Jesus Christ. And everything.
And whatnot.
Oh my God. That was pretty funny. A great laugh. There's the link. I think I probably already put it out, but I tossed it out again. That's for, I'm surprised. I'm surprised at some of those clips. Speaking of complaints about people, I know, right? I could do with an electric bag. Electric bag. Oh, that's great. Bike. Oh my goodness. Yeah. That was fabulous. Good laugh there. Some things I wished I'd never seen. Don't wish to ever see again. So you're welcome, Paul. And yeah, I can't unsee. I go back to that Mad World song, right? The dreams I've had of dying are the best I've ever had. I know that. It's the mad world out there. It's crazy. Everybody's crazy. I have a background for that, actually. Why do I not have it on? Here it is. Here it is. Oh, it's a sick, sad world. Is that too crazy of a background? That's kind of fun. Look at that. That'll fuck with your head. Woo! Check it out, everybody. Boo boo. Winky winky. Winky winky. Mad, don't cut it anymore, to be honest. I was thinking about you, William, just recently. I'm glad you're here. I was thinking about you. What made me think of you? I was just researching. Link, Jay. Yes, but hang on a second. I was just looking into Uranus. And I don't know, something was said in something I'm listening to. And I was like, what? I got to go and do a little peekity peek in Uranus. And did you know how that planet got its name? That is the most interesting story. I did not know that. And now that I know that, it really made me start to question some other things about astrology in general. And exactly what and who gave me the book that I'm supposed to be following right now. That's all I'm saying. Made me question some things. Okay. Let me let Jay. Yes. Okay. Jay, I'm throwing the link, but I'm going to, while you're coming up to say hi, I'm going to go find this stuff for you, William, about, it's just in my recents, about Uranus. I just want to make sure I find the right video here. But let me just tell you what I do know about it so far. It was almost named after a king, King George, actually, who was reigning at the time it was originally found. And then that got me thinking, because they ended up giving it, Uranus, a mythological name. I hear you, Jay. Hang on, I'm coming. And so all this mythological semblance has been thrown on top of it. And guess what? That just happened to be, they could have been named after King George. What kind of mythological, do you see what I'm saying? Anyway, hello, Jay.
Hiya. Sorry. How you doing?
On me, home fry skillet.
Okay. I need to know.
Okay.
Did you see Nomadic? Because otherwise I think he's dead at the roadside somewhere.
No, I have not. I've never gotten any message from him at all, other than the last time he said, he had, thanks for the invite. And then he said, I said, well, whatever time you're off, swing by if you want. So if I don't hear from him, I just think he's either too busy or he really doesn't like me and he's just trying to be polite. Either way.
Whoa. Well, okay. Better than my theory that he's dead in the road or something.
So nobody's heard from him. Is that what you're saying, Jay?
Well, no, I just thought you guys were expecting him, so I thought that's why I was interested. I was worried if he'd been shot or something, on the road or something. You know what America's like. No?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I don't have any information. I don't have any reason to suspect that he's not just busy. Or like I said, he doesn't like me, which just seems crazy, right?
Crazy. He seemed excited he seemed happy to be meeting up with you, so I'm a bit suspicious.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, but you know, we'll just keep our eyes out. Everybody will just say, hey, the gang is, even if you say fuck off to them, they just tell me, I'll go back and say, hey, he told you to fuck off, but we just do concern.
No, now I'm worried because
Don't be
he
worried.
was actually he was happy to see you guys. I'm pretty sure about that. So
I'm sure he's just really busy with the holiday is what I think's probably happened. He just, you know, maybe decided to, you know,
and he was shutting it down.
Broke. I don't know. That's happened before. It's hard to get a new phone in Christmas. So you just,
Yeah, there's a lot of explanations, but some of them are scary, aren't they? I mean, wait, did he? Don't tell me. Yeah, just put the banner up. If did he turn up and you put him in the back garden? No, I did joke.
No,
that's disappointing.
No.
That is.
Is that the story you'd like? I'm still trying to get you over here. Okay, I ordered a 6-pack of Speedos and I've only filled 2 of them. So I've got 4 more to go. If anyone
fantastic. Oh yeah, that's it. I was going to be pool boy. That's
right. So you could come and just do an intern for this summer.
It's hard to get into America.
I don't even need references, Jay. It's fine.
No, brilliant. Thanks. Just going on sheer personality.
We all have our own library section. Sometimes a good romance novel. What were those? I never read those, but I remember growing up. A lot of my friends' moms had those kind of trash books with Fabio on the cover and stuff.
Yeah, that was a DJ as well.
Well, he was this, like, I don't know. You'd have to know. He did like tons of those women's covers, you know, where they had, like, the barbarian in the front, you know. He was a model for those. To me, they were the same version of like the sci-fi books we read, you know.
Yes.
Dance from Mars. It's that kind of cover art.
Yeah. Did you see
for lonely housewives or single women of the 80s? I don't know.
Did you see that one of I Will Never Conform where he did what was it? The Christmas one, the Christmas cycle thing. Do you remember? It's about 3 weeks ago, I think. Maybe
no, I don't always get the notification. I may have and already forgot. And so I don't know. It's probably a comment by me that says.
Hang on, let me just see if I can find it.
Right, but I'm sure. Yeah. So while you're looking it up and you're going to share it, where are you going to share it? Put it in.
No, I was going to get you to share it. You're the one.
I'm on a mission, so give me a second because I promised.
I didn't mean to bring your shot. I was more concerned, I just wanted to know if you met. I thought you'd met up with Nomadic by now.
No, I haven't, but I'll keep my eye, out for him somewhere. I haven't seen a lot of lives, so he probably it's just a matter of missing. You know what I'm saying? It's something so simple. Okay, where is my? Come on, don't say it's gone. Where is it? Where is my Uranus? Come on, Uranus. Where's my?
Oh yeah, you had a funny story about that. Why they get Uranus? I'm looking forward.
Yeah. Hang on.
I'm looking forward to that. Go on. I'm quite happy to sit on the side while you talk about that. That's quite good.
I want to say it's this one. Let me do a little investigation here because I don't want to play the wrong one.
Can you say Shawadi Wadi?
Shoddy Waddy.
I knew you couldn't. No, Shawadi Wadi.
Shorty Wody. Shorty Wardy.
Oh my days. Right, I'm going to say it again, right? Shawadi. Shawadi. Wadi.
Wadi.
Yeah, that's it.
Shawadi Wadi.
That's it. You got it. Shawadi Wadi.
Is this English? Am I speaking English now? Shawadi Wadi, everyone.
There you go. Back in the day, I just wanted to see if you could say it, and you did. I was laughing
You
at
know
first.
I'm gonna figure it out. Okay.
I know. That's the fun thing. That's the fun bit.
You see. Okay, hold on. I want to.
Are the men down the track by any chance, lady?
Is the what?
Men at the track by any
No,
chance?
they're not. Naps are happening.
Hey, meat sweats and naps. I like that.
You know. Okay. Is now this is talking about sits on its side. All right, I got all that. Where's the name? That's about the rings. That's the mirrors. No, okay, it's not this video. All right, hang on. I got to go back to the other one then. All right, it's not that one.
Yeah. Hang on. I'm just reading your chat. Paul said he's probably with his family or ex-wife. I was thinking like maybe he met someone and fell in love. Yeah, but I don't know. It seems a bit thingy. Hi, Susan. How you doing? Did I hear you, Lick? I'm hearing.
Why is Paul's what? Oh, because this is Ulick's channel. Okay.
I'm just going to my settings quickly. Hold on. Done. Okay, that's good.
Okay, it's back here. Where's our system? It was that one.
I'm going to ask the crowd. I wonder why they called it Uranus, and then we know why they changed it to Uranus. We know that. But
Well, okay,
I'm just planet.
I'm just gonna go for it. Okay,
Go for it.
I'm pulling it up.
Go on. Oh, do you mean you left? Oh, right, she's left. Right, okay, right. Cool. It's with me. Well, I did notice earlier on in the chat. Who is it? Ghoster. Hello, Ghoster, but he's fucked off. Or can I say, Arkash? Arkash, where did you go? What have you done? Where have you been? How have you been? You going to whinge at me, cat? Are you going to knock the pad off?
I got it.
She got it. I ain't crying. So I was
Okay, here it is.
Go
Okay,
on,
I think this is it. All right.
Uranus, the ice giant. This cold, bluish-grey marble seems like a desolate waste in the far reaches of the solar system. But in actuality, there are some fascinating facts about this planet which make it unlike anything else in the solar system. I'm Alex McColgan, and you're watching Astrum. Stick with me on this journey, and we will explore almost everything you could want to know about Uranus. The first unique aspect of Uranus is its name. All the planets are named after Roman gods, except Uranus. It's named after the Greek god of the sky, Uranos. The Latinized version of this word is what we use today. Had they just kept the Greek version, it might have saved a bit of embarrassment, as people stumble over saying Uranus in a polite way. It even has two ways to pronounce it, as no one has been able to definitively agree on the matter: Uranus and Uranus. Uranus is also very special in the way it rotates and orbits. It is the seventh planet from the Sun, the second from last planet. It orbits on average around 19.2 astronomical units from the Sun, which means it is over 19 times further away from the Sun than our Earth. This varies throughout its year by 1.8 astronomical units, the biggest difference of any planet. Being this far away from the Sun means it is freezing cold, minus 220 degrees Celsius cold, which makes it the coldest planet in the solar system. Its year lasts 84 Earth years. When it was first discovered, astronomers attempted to predict its orbit. After some time, though, they realized it hadn't followed their predictions, and concluded that the reason was because there was another planet that had a gravitational influence on it. They mathematically predicted where this planet should be, and as a result, Neptune was discovered. Interestingly, the same theory surrounds this as yet undiscovered Planet X or Planet 9. Some far-out objects in our solar system are not where they should be, and theory suggests this is because of another planet that has a gravitational influence on them. The hunt is now on to actually find this planet. What's really interesting about Uranus is its rotation. Most planets rotate like a spinning top on the table of the solar system plane. Not Uranus. No, Uranus has fallen over and is rolling instead for large portions of its year. You see?
I'm sorry, I got pulled away at just the wrong moment. Did it say
you got pulled away. I was like, what?
Did it say King George there? Did he say they almost named it after King George?
Not that I heard so far.
Not in that one. Okay, then they have the wrong video. Then I don't know. I'll have to get back to you.
I mean,
I'll have to look again and see. Anyway, they just picked that. Well, it did say in there it was named after that one Greek god as opposed to Roman gods, right? And so then that leads you down. Well, how did they pick the names?
Pluto.
For the planets, right? Because they link these to astrology charts, your birth charts, Were you born under, did you have Saturn, the black cube? They give these symbolisms to these things. And yet I come to find out Uranus could have been named King George's planet. That's a true what? And it really just makes you start thinking about these things in different ways. And what exactly are we doing? Whose fantasy am I living in? Whose book have I picked up at the library? What section?
Do you know what? It's just refreshing to hear someone believing in that these things exist, because normally they all say to me, you're mad. Well, I'm not mad. It takes 9 months to get to Mars. You know what I mean? It's 70 below. You know what I mean? I know these things. They know these things.
I don't know. I'm not saying these objects aren't out there. I think that they're out there, and I think they have clues on them. But I'm not sure I believe the key that they're giving me. Do you know what I'm saying? If I was a cryptologist,
but that was quite interesting. That was interesting because they were saying that it must be another planetary body affecting this elliptical orbit or something like that. So it was getting quite interesting.
Right. Well, all these things
what's
are
causing that?
plausible.
Go on, yeah.
But they've told me what these symbols mean. They've given me a dictionary and said, this is what these mean. And so my whole existence, everything I've ever come to understand about anything is based off of the things that they've given me. Right? So now you come to find out they've given you a basket of shit is what they've given you. And it smells funny. You know what, when you watch a movie and like all of a sudden something's off and it's like, how do you, well, you could be reading a book even, but it happens a lot more in movies because they have to cut out sections of the book, which are kind of important to where you suddenly find yourself on 5th Street. Well, how the fuck did he get in 5th Street? He was just over at First, right? That kind of stuff.
Oh, I see.
Off there in 1 second, right? They had to, they leap around a little, and you have these moments where the movie just doesn't quite add up. Something seems a little off there. That's what it feels like sometimes. Like I just found a real glitch in the Matrix. This is what they are.
Didn't the Mayans and probably civilization before that was wiped out? They were all on top of this. What about Stonehenge? That's all got something to do with the.
Well, it's very interesting you mentioned these things, Jay, because as it turns out, I've just been back diving into these locations and timelines per the meaning of life theory. And these exact fairy tales about Uranus and where they came from and when we thought of them, when were they first observed. All of these things. Very interesting because guess what lines up? Our developmental stages. That's right. And it sounds crazy when you're looking at a different picture and hearing that story. You ever seen where they like take the laugh track out of a sitcom and then they put like some creepy music with it and it feels like you're watching something else?
Oh, right.
I was thinking take the Wizard of Oz and play it with like, Pink Floyd. It's like watching a different film. That's what you can do here. You can change the record and watch it.
I like it. It is. So you're probing into all this. You're probing into it. What you got for us?
Okay, so I'll do this. Hold on. I'm just going to change my screen share.
Okay.
These are the things I think of. I'm glad you asked, Jay. I'm so glad you asked.
Oh, that's all right. See, we can get at the end of the day, good or bad, we can move on with or without nomadic. But I just wanted to put it out there.
You're a freak. Oh, I don't want this. What am I doing? I don't want this. Stop that. Stop that. I have something else. Hang on. It's this one. Okay. This one.
How was your Christmas and how was your family and that? You're all right. You had a good Christmas.
Yeah, everything is fantabulous.
Fantastico.
It's
Brilliant.
always fantabulous here. Where is it?
Imagine if they named Mars Joanie instead of Mars.
Mm-hmm.
The Joanna effect. Yeah.
That would be good. I think, honestly, you could learn a lot from a Joanie.
Oh, we are.
Okay. Now, I don't know. Now, I might bore people here. This is just a fact. If you're really interested in what I'm looking at the moment, I'll be more than happy to share. But I will admit that it might bore some people because it's talking about history and how old are we and things. I can say that.
About 350,000 years old, didn't we?
Did anybody read the Sky People Star Wars books? I did not. I want better programming. Masshole, you forgot that you got the cheap version. What do they call that? The car wash. You got the dollar version, the dollar menu. That's all you could afford at this, Total Recall on the holodeck.
What do you think of the old Easter Island situation then?
Yeah, it talks about that history. If we talk about where we first want to record history, the meaning of life theory.
Hi, Suzanne and Paul.
How old we are. How was you guys this Christmas?
What, me or them? Them guys.
I forget to be polite. I forget that there's other people in the world. So I don't want to talk about my Christmas. So I don't think to ask people, hey, do you want to tell me about your Christmas? Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, I've been suffering a bit of food poisoning from the week before. So
Did you?
At my dinner, it was like, ow, like an hour after, it's ow. So not too bad. But yeah. I think my favourite thing was watching Ricky Gervais. I think Christmas Day. Oh, I'm going on Lammy's. I went on Lammy's Christmas Day.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good. But it was tragic what happened on Easter Island, wasn't it? When you find out what happened.
Tell me what happened on Easter Island.
Well, what they did is they had a thing where they'd for power. It'd be like one tribe or the other would run things, yeah, and they had a competition-y thing. But basically, they were idiots. They were building statues, yeah, and then they chopped all the trees down. There was no more trees, and then they couldn't, and then they just turned on each other, So there's all these statues on Easter Island, all these heads and stuff, that have been carved and then sort of dug into the ground and that, and it was, and they used the resources of the trees, so. It's a lesson to us all, but we're not learning. We're cutting down all the trees, So there you go.
Interesting things, that kind of stuff. That that timeline.
Yeah.
About that, they didn't have written word. They didn't have a written language during the Easter Island era. So everything that we think we know about Easter Island has all been fabricated by theologians and historians and archaeologists as to what they think happened based off of like a detective going to court. So that's these ideas are real interesting. I found it real interesting that our first written language, where it shows up, very, very telling. It's very interesting. I like its location. It makes sense. And that's where you start your countdown.
So you're on the clock. You're on the clock.
You're on the clap. Clap on. The taha. What tahuaha? The tahuaha. Anyway. Oh. So, yeah, that's.
So you were looking in a Stonehenge as well, were you?
Well, it's all related to, because Jay, I think this is happening. I
Go on.
think this is happening. So when I hear time, I hear stages of development. So forget the pictures, but when we had this era, we became third dimensional. Right there, right in these Bronze Age, Copper Age, Iron Age, Silver Age, born with a silver spoon in its mouth. And then a rebellion happens in the toddler years. These biblical things are playing out in our actual human behavior. If we were to take this time period and we were to ask a computer to show babies these behaviors playing out in an adult form over here, they would match each other. Even from just fighting each other and stealing stuff, lying. When did we start lying? Oh my God, at 3 years old. It's freaking beautiful. You get this beautiful timeline of when we would come up with God, when we would have a Garden of Eden. And the Garden of Eden in the newborn stage, where it says that it's perfect. Everything is, all your needs are met. Everything. And that's the Mesolithic. These are the periods of time where the earth would have been a Garden of Eden. Then you start getting put away from mom. You start separating. Then you start getting all of that. What do babies do? They bite each other. They pull each other's hair. Don't we have cavemen pulling women by their hair?
That's called clubbing.
Gorgeous.
That's called clubbing. Yeah. That's where the word come from. They just used to knock them on the head and drag them back, I reckon.
It's just beautiful. It's just so beautiful. And when I can do that, then I can take away all of the alien. I can take away everything supernatural and say the consciousness will say it is growing in a developmental stage. This is where we're at in it. This is what we have is a future to look forward to.
Belfast boy, you stay on YouTube, yeah, and the internet. Hi, Talina. Ulick's not here, by the way. Just let you know.
Hey, Belfast. Our Belfast boy not a fan of yours, Jay?
He is. This is just what he says. This is opening line. It's
leave YouTube.
Yeah, I used to say leave the internet, but now I just say, oh, can you stay? So just... But no, it's fine. It's fine. Pick a window, you can. Sorry. So, Stonehenge.
That's where we're going.
Oh, did you say hello to Talina?
I did say hello to Talina.
Good. I think she thinks Ulick's here. He's not.
He's not. I'm sorry. He's not here, Talina, for you to flirt with. He's fun. Oh, I'm just joking.
Yeah.
But maybe they are.
See,
I
love Jason. See, he loves me in that weird way that says leave YouTube.
So the way Belfast flirts with you, is that what you're saying?
Yeah. That's it, Rose.
Feel the love.
Yes,
Hello, frequency.
Oh, frequency. That's
it's all make believe.
Freedom awaits. Freedom awaits.
Freedom awaits. Yes.
Hey, how you doing, fella?
Kisses. Jay's throwing out kisses.
Must be to me. Must be.
I know it was. That's why I said, come here.
Fantastic.
Get in front of this kiss.
This developmental chart is quite in depth, isn't it? You know.
Yes.
It is. Where were you? Number 7. Oh no, I'll make it small again.
No, it's still there. Don't worry, it's still there. I just like looking at it. I think it's.
Yeah, I do. I'm looking down at it.
that guy is describing these behaviors when he's going through time. I wish I could show the picture and play the video at the same time so you could hear what he's saying. I wonder if that video, hang on, does he have a transcript to it? That would be rad. Let me see. Oh my gosh, he does. Let's see. Hold on just 1 second.
No worries. Joanie's gone for a moment, leaving it with me. Hello, Belfast boy. How you doing, man? Hope you had a good Christmas and that. And you, Talina, hope you had a good Christmas. Why is what's his name fucked off? Hi, Susan. How you doing? Why is Arkash, who's being the ghost star, why is he fucked off? Where's he gone?
Okay, I'm back.
Brilliant.
Okay, so I'm going to read this and leave my little image here. Okay. So you can see, forget these pictures. I just look at the baby pictures because humans move at a much slower rate than a baby does. You're talking micro, macro scale here. But we're just so you have a somewhat idea. And one of the things that I've been trying to do, over the years is this was very early done, real early, just thrown together as I was trying to figure this out. So I always knew that my dates felt wrong in some cases. And so that's why I research historical timelines like this, because it helps me look at behaviors on a closer scale when you have a more accurate timeline, right?
Okay.
And so just kind of ignore that part of it. If you're anybody in here who's a stickler, that's going to go, it's not fine. It's okay. I already know that that's awesome. Okay. But the side over here where you see the baby and then the 5 or the 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 behaviors that are present in that stage, that's on point. That's no doubt about it there. So he talks about here. So we'll just say BC, before modern time. That's why they're using the BCM, before current, whatever it is, before current era, BCE, before current era, which we used to call before Christ.
BC.
And AD, right? So
After the right.
mm-hmm. So now that we understand that, he says, the next question we need to address is, what is the starting point for history? In other words, where do we draw the line between history and prehistory? Well, on this chart, I've used the 3300 BCE as my starting point.
Sorry, my cat's back and Arky's back at the same time. Sorry. I'm going to mute my mic.
Okay. 3300 BCE. So anybody that likes numbers, that's an important part. And why is that? Because it's approximately when writing first appeared, right? And when writing first appeared. So this is around this infant time here. Writing. This is when you're starting to pull those the baby can grasp a rattle. It can make writing in the air basically by moving its this. I know this might be like, you might think you're stretching it, Joanie, but I'm not. I'm literally being serious. These are micro, macro expressions. If a baby had the ability to write, it's writing something, even if it's just, we're talking, this is where it would start. And this happens to be when you lay these on top of each other, they're perfectly aligned. So the symbolism not only is there, but it lines up there without any finagling. Do you see what I'm saying? And so then I've got that with the babies grasping, putting things in their mouths, these types of behaviors there. Think of an infant, 3 to 6 months, 3, 6, 3, 3, 3,300 years. See what I'm saying? It's so beautiful.
33 and a turd.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's when writing first appeared. It's when grasping first appears in a baby. That's what I'm saying. It's when the baby has the ability now to grasp and hang on to something. We began to write And the basic idea is that written records, we can't have history. Therefore, everything before the emergence of the first written systems is best categorized as prehistory. And of course, prehistory goes back much further than, and then he goes on to talk about how old the planet would be and how old this would be. But for this chart, history is divided into 6 main time periods. The early Bronze Age, 6 main time periods. Let's count. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 school age time period, contemporary time period. Okay. So it's going to go through the historical timeline and follow these behaviors.
Stonehenge was built a long time ago. This lot of funny in the
Before written word, right? So that's what yeah. Anyway, so he talks about the Bronze Age. I think that's very important there because that's what we do to our baby shoes. We had the symbolism of bronzing baby shoes. That's because in the big scheme of things, we were babies learning to walk in the Bronze Age. Do you see what I'm saying? That lays itself there. That is, if I take this and put them on top of each other, that's the same. Boom, it just lines up. You don't have to look for it. It's there, right? The Bronze Age is the baby stage. If I take these ages, eons, and I just line them up with the stages of behaviors in babies, and they line up, and then you get a baby with a bronze baby shoes. It's really neat there. This is where so think of what's going on in these eras. All right, let me see. Okay, I'll show you here. I'm going to play some of this.
Okay.
420, I think I can go to 429. Yeah, here well, and then let me move let me switch my screen share here. Do you find this stuff interesting? You can tell me.
I do.
Do you really? Okay.
Yeah, and the chat talks bullshit about Stonehenge was built in 1920s, then they're saying 56. It's funny. I'm loving it. So it's all good.
Okay. So I'll zoom in on this. I mean, I know I've been accused of being boring, but I don't know. I find this fascinating of a pattern, and nobody talks about it. Everybody else wants to talk about matrices and aliens. Go fuck off. You sound crazy. Here's what I know for a fact.
Yeah.
So,
well,
yeah. All right, I'm going to play this for a minute.
Just looking at the scale.
The Bronze Age gets its name based on the fact that humans first started to make things out of bronze around the same time that they first developed writing. This occurred in 3 main areas: Egypt, Sumer, which is modern-day Iraq, and the Indus Valley, modern-day Pakistan. Unfortunately, the writing system used in the Indus Valley is yet to be deciphered, so we can only read the records from Egypt and Sumer. But we do know that these 3 civilizations did trade with one another, and that throughout the early Bronze Age, each grew in terms of both size and technology. At the start of this period, the Sumerians had already invented the wheel, the plow, and the sail. But during the early Bronze Age, they also went on to develop astronomy and mathematics. Over in Egypt, it was during the early Bronze Age that the Great Pyramids of Giza were built. Besides these 3 civilizations, the only other
Okay, so keeping that in mind that this is a baby stage, moving into a toddler stage in our human history, and this is the stage that babies start to sit unassisted before they start taking off walking, and they start stacking things on top of each other. A child can't help but do that. A baby is pre-wired to start stacking things and start pushing things, you know, and they don't push anything. Yeah, they get it in their hand and they have one hand propped. The hand that's free now will push the block or push a rock or push a stick or push the dog or push a car or a ball. Do you see what I mean? It's an instinct humans have to push things and begin to stack things.
Why has a baby got an instinct to put things to its mouth then? Is that just through taste?
Absolutely. And of course, wouldn't that be the time in our history when we were learning about cooking and food and having fire and how to cook? And you see what I'm saying? The compounds of things. The very time that we're putting everything in our fucking mouths.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing?
Well, maybe back then the babies were always strapped to the mother. You know, I reckon that's more the.
Well, it's the behavior that's seen through a whole group of people, through the society, through the beings that are living on it, through human beings as a group on the planet, whoever was around at that time during the ancient times, during the Babylonian times, the whole world, the collective human species was babbling like a baby, building like a baby, pushing like a baby, pulling each other's hair, biting one another. Think of all the way we were acting back then. Poking at things. Do you see what I'm saying? Sticking our hands anywhere and everywhere, not really minding. Think about how
Yeah,
babies
learning
react
though.
to each other.
Learning at the same time. You know, I'm sure many,
Yeah.
many tragedies happen, but they learn, innit?
Welcome, sheepdog. And missed a bit. Ron and Maria's Gracie Spoon. Welcome. Have I missed anybody?
No.
Okay, good. Very interesting. Talina says it's interesting.
Did you say the Bronze Age and the pyramids were built at the same time?
Yes, it's kind of like that. That's during that baby stage. It's during this developmental stage. So for however many years that is, he tells you in the timeline. That's the stage we were in. We were in that baby stage, and our behaviors and how we were interacting with our environment mimicked the behaviors we have as an individual during that same time. And then that's not just one example, but if I keep going through history, I find it again. I find it again in my toddler years. I find it again in my preschool years. And I find it today in my late elementary double-digit years, which puts us as in going into puberty. That's why I say, what is a rite of passage? What is this all these concepts? I'll tell you what else I find interesting is that he goes on to talk about this. When I looked him up, and I can't remember his name at the moment, but trust me, go look there. He's all everywhere. He's literally the godfather of history. He's the first one during this era that wrote down anything. So the version of history that we have is this one guy's idea. That's who we believe. That's like saying, okay, we're going to pick the Matrix, and that's everybody's idea. That's from this point on, this is how everything was up until this point. Everybody agree? Yes. So then we sell it as if it's a fact, when it's really just a science fiction book. It's one author, one guy who likes to write, maybe the first guy who was given the gift from the gods to want to write the stories and do whatever, right? And he begins to write, and he weaves tales out of his own head. His mind, he closed his eyes and said, oh, how was the earth born? And he has a vision, a dream, imagination, based off of everything he sees, and he chisels it in a rock. And we now based our astrological signs off of these stories. You hear what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm also hearing fireworks in the background, so my cat jumped up to have a look. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Isn't that crazy? And we've all gone along. We've never even questioned that narrative. We start to question the Bible, but we've never even gone back to anything further than that. And I have more and more people. I remember that time. There was a time that my daughter had drawn a little stick figure and put little pokey things coming out of its head in a red crayon. And she brought it up to me and she says, look, Mommy, look at my picture. And I said, oh, what did you draw there? Is that a little Ant-Man? Like the hieroglyphs it looked like the little hieroglyphs of the little Ant-Mans that they talked about on Ancient Aliens. And she looked at me all mad and she said, no, it's me with pigtails. As if, how can you not see that? And I thought, here's all these adult men on TV telling the world that in a cave somewhere, there's a depiction of the Ant-Man, when it very well could have been a little girl drawing herself with some clay on a rock with pigtails. How ridiculous is this? And they're selling books and conferences, and people are listening to them. And we have books in every hotel room. Thank you, Jesus. Think of how much money we have given. Our sweat, our blood, our tears, our family members, our wars, whatever it is, for someone else's imagination. Get the fuck.
What, war?
Go ahead.
You're saying war out somebody else's imagination?
Any and everything that has ever transpired since the beginning of man has all been there because of one other person's before them's imagination.
I thought it was necessity. Crazy, right?
Hey, Roger. Anybody else have thoughts of these things? What do you think? Well, there's 19 people listening to me blabber on about such things. Isn't that weird? Anyway, yeah, I'll keep playing. I'll pause it again.
Yeah, I was going to say, you say Uranus was named after King George. Is that what you were trying to say earlier?
That's what the guy that found it, or somebody who worked in his department at the university, right?
Yeah.
He says we should name it King George to commemorate in time who, but see, the rest of the world didn't like that idea because that was a British king and they weren't ruled by Britain. So they said, and so the global community, did you know there was a global astronomy communion all the way back then? How old do you think the discovery of Uranus is? Do you see what I'm saying here?
Very old. Like I said,
not as old as you think.
I think it is.
We're talking only, what, 200-300 years old?
Well, the Mayans had it down pretty solid.
Right.
So going back a bit
Named
further.
Uranus. It wasn't named Uranus by the Mayans.
True.
Right.
True.
It could have been King George. They didn't even know King George. Now, you might ask yourself, okay, Joanie, all right, I do subscribe to, say, a little supernatural. So how could that make sense from a supernatural perspective? Well, you could say that somehow we had a precognition of the behaviors of Uranus after the Uranus god that was the Greek god. And unbeknownst to ourselves, we unconsciously, random coincidence, name it something. I don't know. You could believe in that type of a chaos theory as if every now and then something, but then we'd have a whole lot of those right now. And a whole lot of those then goes into chaos theory that says for a minute, there's a lot of winners. Or for a minute, there's a lot of losers. Maybe the lottery draws the same number twice in 1 month or something, right? Just some interest. I'll tell you another way it shows up for you. When you're working at a fast food restaurant, and all of a sudden everybody's fucking ordering double cheeseburgers. What the hell? What, was there a commercial for double cheeseburgers that I've missed? What psycho mind fuck is happening on my town here?
I think it's value for money, or they're hungry, so they want that extra bit. I don't know. That's what I assume.
Not what it is. Okay. I'm going. You talk for a minute, Jay.
Me?
Sure.
Well,
what are your thoughts? You tell me what you think.
Well, obviously the Egyptians who built the pyramids and that, I mean, they were slaves, but I think they were, it must have been a bit rough. Would you have rather been brought up in Egypt, or would you have rather been brought up in Britain, being raped and pillaged over here all the time?
Right.
What would you
exactly
prefer?
What age did we start doing the raping and the pillaging? Don't you like to know? It's really interesting.
I reckon it's from cave. I just think it happens in nature as well, I bet. You know, other animals. Do you think?
Of course. some of that being, you know, the developmental, we don't actually develop empathy until double digits. So a child is learning how to have empathy. You have the ability to be empathetic or not be empathetic. And your environment plays a huge role in that empathy display. Going back to the books I was reading the other night about honesty, you know, honesty is not cutting in line. Honesty is not taking what's not yours. Honesty is telling someone that you broke their toy. Honesty, do you see what I mean? And that doesn't come until you're learning that in elementary school. And if I change my screen, right, and go back to the other screen, when is that? When is elementary school? When is our double digits? Look at how much time we go through. Here, contemporary times, right now, what's happening today? This is where we stand up to the bully, where we defend others between 6 and 12. This is Goonies, right? This is Stand By Me. This is when we all stand up for ourselves. This is the Lost Boys. This is
Big.
what other references? Whoops, I'm not showing it on my screen. Yeah, see it there? That's why I have a question mark there, because I don't know what happens in our school age if we don't stand up to the bully. What's the next 6 years of our lives going to be like? Look at that. You got 6 more years, fucker. What's the next 6 years? 666. Mark of the beast. It's hell week in high school. It's adolescence. It's sex. It's stupidity. It's feeling like you know it all. Think of what everything in high school was like, an awkward developmental stage, back to little control over the body. As you go through puberty, your brain is twitching, can't stay focused. You feel invincible. You feel invisible. You want to die daily. And then you can't wait to live again the next day. You're falling in and out of love with everybody you meet. Think of that on a massive global scale.
And through time. Yeah.
Huh?
And through time. Their time.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't
But
that
aren't
scary?
they, you know, life lessons? You're learning life lessons as you're growing up, aren't you? Life skills, life lessons.
Right. But look how you got to live 60 years through that bullshit. And then it's not until you get to your middle age. Do you see how much time we're talking thousands of years. We're talking this whole ancient period, all of that 2,000 years was spent in a baby stage. Think of how many years, 6 years. It's a long time. That's what the collective will be like. That's what we were like as teenagers, zombies walking around. How was school today? What did you do? Nothing. Did you have a good day? There he's back. Right? You can't get an answer out of him. There's nothing really going on, even though all kinds of shit's going on. Not nuts. That's it. That's it. Jerry went and looked it up. I love you, Jerry. He says they wanted to call it George's star. But in the Greek was father for Saturn, right? And they already had Saturn. And then they made him Uranus, which is the father of Saturn, right? Ulix's here. Hey, Ulix. Welcome in. Yeah. Isn't that an interesting thing? Tell us more, Jerry.
Jerry. Who's Jerry?
In the chat. Well, you too, Jerry, Jason. Hey, YouTube administration. Good to see you again. Long time no see. Okay, yes. Well, you know, that's where I think these symbols come from. These concepts come from. That's why I think Buffy the Vampire Slayer was in high school. You're not really going to be in high school, but it's going to feel like that time in your life. It's all those thoughts. What's really interesting about what I think people get wrong, these people who believe in the Matrix, let's say, you know, that we're all trapped in some soul trap or something ridiculous that sounds ludicrous and literally want to stay there. That's one of my complaints about people, is that you try to offer, I don't know, but what I'm suggesting here in the meaning of life allows for me to have every type of belief system be in play. But ultimately, it's just a matter of a developmental stage that a consciousness goes through while physical. Maybe that is reincarnation. If you like that, that fits there. You could call a growing up developmental flip stage of our existence an evolution of the soul and reincarnation. I'll allow that. I don't care if that's the film you have in your head. That's a great dream. That's fun. I'm there. Me, I just want to think of it as exactly that. I can't control turning 50 any more than I could turning 5. I think that goes along with the argument of whether or not we have free will or are in fact fated. It's a little bit of both. And then I was recently listening to something. They said something there very interesting. Maybe you can fill in the blanks because I can't remember where it was, but it said that freedom, God gave you freedom because he doesn't intervene. By intervening, you remove freedom. Freedom is not intervening. You know what I'm saying? I think that's how it went.
If you believe in God or not, doesn't it? Yeah.
Well, there you go. And what your definition of God is. I like math or just some type of equation. I'm just an equation. I'm an X factor. I'm an equate. This is what my DNA mathematical code has created. Joanie, yours created Jason, and Ulix created Ulix.
Hello, mate.
Yo, hey Jay.
How you doing, man? Did you bury the body deep?
There's a concern about nomadic Brit, where if he's in our backyard or something.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
No comment.
No comment, but yeah.
New Anus Murphy in real life. Oh man, that's a rough one. Yeah.
Good evening, chat. Big shout out to everyone. They've all got through their Christmas so far. Good to see. Paul and Suzanne, haven't seen you. We were just saying you were very low key over Christmas. Good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Everybody's welcome to come up. I'm only blabbering because you're letting me. So
I'm not looking for drama. I actually like nomadic, and that's all. Paul, you fucking big girl.
Right, Paul says it.
Yeah,
There's no concern. It's Jason looking for drama where there's none. Do you see that, Jason? Paul's calling you out on your drama-seeking behavior. How did that make you feel?
I'm not. I just want to know
No, he's not.
If he's turned to the dark side or if he's married again or he's met someone. I just wondered what happened. That's all. There's a lot of variables that could have happened. But I'll drop it. I'll drop it for Paul.
Okay.
Paul
Yeah, because now you have another one. Big up, Paul, the man of truth. I love you guys.
Libertarian minded, aren't I, mate? How you doing?
Hello,
You got over your bout of food poisoning, Jason?
Yeah, I'm a bit. Well, I'm here. I'm managing to stay on this life for a bit, so yeah, a bit better. But I was like having soup and that instead of anything, heavy like bread. So I had my Christmas dinner, and then an hour or so later, I was like, "Oh, it's starting to hurt." You know what I mean? So it's just, and that's like from 8 p.m. till sort of like 6 a.m. So yeah, it weren't good, but I think I'm getting better. I'm not sure. That's why I'm not throwing up a live yet. I just thought I'd come and say hello to you and Joanie, but you weren't here.
Yes, we missed your lives, Jay. I just want you to know that you've become part of the community. So you're noticed when you're not.
But the thing is, if you're not 100%,
I know.
If I'm distracted by 40% pain, there's no way I can be me. You know what I mean? It's, So there's
No,
no way.
that's not. I get it. Take time for yourself, but just know you're liked. That's all. Just when
Oh,
you
that's
do
good.
disappear on us, you know,
Okay.
you
Oh,
can
bless.
rest assured and sleep well at night, knowing that people give a fuck.
Well, that's nice to hear, man. That's nice to hear. That is nice. Like I say,
Would you say that about me? Would anyone? I'm just kidding. I'm being an asker.
yeah, definitely miss
Channeling my
you,
inner
definitely
narcissist.
miss you, Lick and Joni.
Right.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you.
There
Just needed
you
to.
go.
I look good in this dress, don't I? Yes. Thank you.
You do. I know you got jeans on.
I don't actually.
Okay.
I don't wear jeans because it's hard to fold up into a pretzel with jeans on. It's rough on the knees.
Do you do yoga out of curiosity? Do you do that sort of stuff?
Well, I'm naturally sitting kind of in a crisscrossy shape because I have circulation things.
Okay. So I'm cross-legged when I sit on the floor or something. That's my thing. I knew a kid who used to just sit on his knees and lean back.
Yeah.
That's quite bad. You
in school.
Yeah. Yeah, or even now, I would cross my legs. I wouldn't just sit there and have them crossed. Some people haven't, or do you do all the positions?
No, well, I'm balls dangling. You know, one of them. Just I'm like you, Johnny. If I was a girl, I'd get a slap off everyone in the back of the head. Close your legs, dirty fuck.
Oh yeah, that my dad was constant that you need to sit like a lady. I was told. That's why I hated dresses.
Right.
Dresses just were uncomfortable for me. My feet were always up as a kid. I was always getting in trouble for having my feet on the couch. And my dad has since apologized because I couldn't help it. It was an instinct. That's one of the things I learned about, in all of my life. I've learned that there's things our body does unconscious to us. We don't know why we do them. Then we find out there's a legit reason why you did that. And I remember learning this when my son was born. He was having problems with the test anyway. So we went and saw this specialist. This was in the 80s or 90s rather. And they said that, that his body had a deficiency in one thing. The T cell, actually, ironically enough, which is why I noticed it so quickly, because I'd already had experience in this room. And but his brain had recognized the difference, so it didn't make as many free floaters, this other thing necessary to your system. And I thought, that's fucking amazing. Right? The body just recognized, oh, hey, we're having a problem. There's a machine broke down over here. And they said, don't worry, we'll slow down production over here. Right? That's what the body did. Isn't that amazing? Also learned that about breastfeeding. When you're breastfeeding, a woman's body will start to learn the rhythms of the baby when it's time to eat, allowing a mom to work and garden and cook and do other things for long periods of time. And the baby just... I thought that was amazing. Like the body just knows, hey, time to eat. It's time for the baby to eat.
And it has
proper
nutrients in it.
Is this Jacob? Hello, Jacob. I'm going to put you. Hey, AB. I'm going to put you up, Jacob. But I'm going to put a thing here for a second. So you say hi or show me yourself or something real quick because they don't recognize your name. Hang on.
Have they written in the chat?
Say hi. Hello.
Hello.
Okay. Tell us.
Hello, Jacob. How are you doing?
Oh, just fine. How are you?
Not bad. Where are you from, Jacob? You from the States?
Yeah. I was gonna try and do an accent and say, I'm from Lower Uncton. I'm not very good at accents.
Well, I really thought it was you, Jacob, because I know that your YouTube channel when you came in, but I just wanted to make sure because we have Jay up here, and Jay attracts a fun crowd.
Jacob, E-Man.
Is this Jacob the diamond that cuts the stones?
Yeah.
Hey, Jacob. Long time no see.
That's good to see you guys.
Yes.
Great to see you, man.
I don't have anything useful to say. I just wanted to. Well, I mean, the only useful thing is that I miss you guys, and it's good to see you again.
Great to see you. Yeah.
Well, we have to find
What's
each
the-
other again, Jacob, because my channel was I lose them.
Oh yeah.
So I have to I lose everybody. I've gone through a couple of channels. Let me go to you.
Yeah, I lose things too. Screws, marbles, my mind, the will
Time.
to live.
The will to live.
You know, I got a new bit about red flags. Do you guys have red flags in the UK?
Yeah. As in,
Like
that raises a red flag.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, we have that. Yeah.
So it's a dating term now.
Oh.
So it's
yeah.
like I went on a date and this person had red flags. And so I'm like trying to figure out, because I know I get that it's a bad thing, but I don't know exactly what a red flag is. Maybe like if her ex is working at the place where we went on a date to, maybe that's a red flag. I don't know. So I got this bit and I'm trying to add some crowd work to it.
Yeah.
So I talk about, how at my age, ladies, I know you have red flags. Don't try to hide it. I need to know if your red flags are compatible with my red flags. Are you controlling and manipulative? I'm non-confrontational. Let's weave our red flags into a weighted love quilt.
I like this guy.
It can keep us warm on cold days just by getting us heated with each other. And then I need one more punch after that. And we can show it to our friends and brag about how strong we are for putting up with such, I don't know, something. I'm trying to fill. It's like it's got the 1, but it needs the 2, 3 at the end.
Oh, bless.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Jay.
That's fine, man. That's fine.
I'm writing some comedy bits. So
how were you finding the dating, or was that a joke?
Oh, that it's a joke. I perform.
No worries, man. Excellent. It was good. It's good material.
Thank you.
Yeah, man.
I got some other dating stuff, like where I talk about how I'm a good guy. Oh, that reminds me. So, is there a drink called a sex on the beach?
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay, I'm going international with it, guys. Hear me out. So I'm a good guy. I try to. That's the problem with dating is I tell the ladies I'm not just a nice guy. I'm a good guy. Like when I go to the bar, I order a consensual sex on the beach. Or what? Like when I go to the strip club, I take my clothes off too, so the women feel comfortable. I mean, that's the kind of guy I am. Like when I watch an adult film with an actress I admire, I send her a DM in the morning thanking her for the experience because I'm a gentleman like that.
Not bad.
So that's part of my intro bit on like if I'm doing a bar. I got other stuff for like if I do I've done a couple of fundraisers at old folks' homes. You don't want to talk too much.
Oh yeah. Oh, wait, give us the blast of that. There's a load of them out there watching. Honestly, God. It's 22:22 in 24-hour clock. So perfect timing.
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, it's 4:22.
Oh yeah, because I'm 5 hours ahead of you.
Right.
And we're 5:22.
Yeah. Who's this hoax? Do you know a hoax?
No.
Hello, Gina.
Don't know a hoax.
Hey, Gina. Hoax. Yeah, well, I've seen hoax in the chats.
Cool.
But I welcome all folks.
So do you want to do one about?
Are you still cutting stones, Chase?
Yes.
Jacob. Yes.
Yes. Actually,
You're still on Sunday nights doing your thing, playing chess. You still have your show going on, yeah?
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I had a slow year, busy year, and I only did about half of the shows. I only did a show about every other week this year, but I do still try. And that's kind of what I'm doing right now is I'm going through some of the stones trying to figure out which one I'm going to cut for this Sunday.
Cool. Describe to Jason what you do there.
Oh,
what you heard.
Nice to meet you, Jason, by the way.
Nice to meet you, fella, Jacob. Yeah, give us a rundown. And then if you wouldn't mind doing the bit for the old people, I'd love to hear that, man.
All right. So I started doing a live stream thing just because it's there. And I was like, what kind of show am I going to do? And I kind of on a separate note, I got into cutting gems. It's kind of like whittling, but with rocks, you know?
Oh, right, yeah.
And so I started live streaming the gem. And now I have a show. It's got a structure. I start out with the first segment is I talk about whatever rock I cut this week and what it's like to cut it. And then I show it under the microscope with something else. And then I have a portion called Why'd I Buy That? Because there's so many things and I like money and I spend it. And I'm like, why do I spend my money? Because I like it. And then it's gone. So I talk about that. And then I end the show with whatever jokes I wrote that week.
Fantastic.
Excellent.
Well, you're getting good feedback, so yes,
I appreciate it. Yeah. Let's see. Cleaner stuff. Where were
the old folks?
That's right. Where were we? I pronounce the silent H so it feels included. I know it's just silent because it's shy. It's clean. It's clean. I'm telling you, it's cleaner stuff. Like, you know, what's not clean is driving these days. It's such a hassle. Oh, actually, I'm gonna draw this one out a little farther because I got two bits that roll together. You know what's not clean, Jay, is my pockets. There's lint in them, and I love pockets. I really do. I love storing things. That's why I get jealous of ladies with their purses. I mean, how many nails and tools could I put in there? And it's basically the reason I drive my car everywhere is because I like having stuff with me, which basically it means that my car is a giant purse. And if my car is a giant purse, does that mean my motorcycle's a fanny pack? I got to know these things, man. I'm having enough trouble out there as it is. I'm telling you, my horn doesn't work. I mean, it works. You know, the other day somebody honked at me and I honked back longer so they know I'm more upset than they are. But it's nice. It's a courteous horn. It's too polite. Like just the other day I honked at a truck driver and he winked at me. I had something else to finish out that car horn bit, but I can't remember what it was.
Oh, very good.
But the voice matches the joke, so I think you've got a win ticket.
Thanks.
He doesn't change. You're one. Let me see. Did you? I remember asking you, Jacob, about a certain comedian. Did you ever look him up? Bob Monkhouse. That's who I was thinking of.
Oh yeah,
he's deadpan. He can be rude or he can be clean. So he is a great one to go off.
That's what I thought of Jacob when I heard him before.
Yeah, that's a good simile together. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Because I am trying to find my personality.
It's in there. It's in there. Totally there, man. Totally there. I mean, put that as part of your act. You know, looking for my personality. That's part of the act, man.
Oh, dude, it fucking is. Yeah, who the fuck am I supposed to be?
Today, anyway.
Because that's the thing is, you know, you got a lot of comedians, and any comedian can tell a joke and it'll be funny. But are they a character? That's how you brand. That's how you sell.
Yeah.
And that's how you sell out. And I got bills, baby.
He's ready to sell.
The tax man cometh.
So how long have you been doing
What about your car? You were driving a nice car the last time we were talking.
Oh, I just rebuilt the transmission on it.
Wow.
So check this out. It's and when he says nice car, it's not like a Bugatti or anything. It's just a sporty car. It's actually it's a Pontiac G6 GTP, but the engine was designed by Holden, which I guess is an Australian company. And
yes.
So the transmission has this 1-2 shift band that goes out, and to the point where the pin that drives this band, they had a company called Sonax that designed a better one that's specifically to prevent the 1-2 band breakage from happening again. And as I'm pushing on the gas, I know that there's some part of something that is wearing down. I mean, something's getting stressed out. And it was the band. So I tore the transmission apart and put a new band in it and did a couple of burnouts the other day.
Me?
How
It's kind of fun.
Well, how much is that going to cost you? This way you're telling jokes. You're out with your selling jokes now.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Is that it was almost $1,000 because I started doing other things while I was in there, and it would have been a few thousand if I'd have had somebody do it, you know.
Yeah.
But,
you're rebuilding it yourself, yeah?
Yeah. The nice thing about rebuilding it myself is while I was in there, the part was actually about $150, but then I've also got $70 worth of transmission fluid. And since I had to pull the engine, I also had to get like $30 worth of coolant, and I had to get some AC to recharge that system and the power steering fluid because I did that. So it was $1,000. But the nice thing about doing the transmission is that while I was in there, I looked at everything else. I looked at the bushings, I looked at the seals, and everything's great. And you know what else is cool is that I hear, transmission, oh, it's the scary part. It's the part that nobody understands. There's parts in there. You don't want to get it dirty, and your car is full of dirt. Well, the fact is your transmission, it's pretty simple, like a computer. There's lots of tiny little parts soldered onto that board. But when you break it down to systems, you got the motherboard and the hard drive, and you just break it down. So in your transmission, you've really only got like 4 sections. You got a pump, a valve plate, like a water valve. You turn it on and off, or a spigot. It's a spigot plate, and then the channel plate that goes with it. That's 3 of them. So then the other part is the drive stack, which is like a big drum, and that's where all your gears are. And that breaks down into like 20 pieces. So, once you figure out which one goes which way, and hopefully you don't have one backwards. As long as everything looks clean and it goes back together fine, it seems to work out great. It's not that hard, is what I'm saying.
Tires, stick to tires.
It's fun doing burnouts. I will say that. This is the first car I've had that does burnouts.
Expensive.
Oh, dude, that's how you know you're getting old, when you don't do burnouts because tires cost so much.
Do you buy them secondhand?
No.
Well, that's what you do.
I should, though.
Buy
good
secondhand ones for your burnouts.
Oh, that's a good idea, man. Oh, that's brilliant. Because all summer long, I'm like, screet everywhere. And then I get like, they're 50,000 mile tires, but they're gone in 30,000 miles. I don't know. I like to push on the gas.
Second-hand ones and bring them out the night you're going out. Just burn them off you on Saturday night or whatever.
People are slow, Ulick. They don't. It's a pedal on the floor. You put your foot down. It's easy. or just don't leave your house. Get out of the way. I'm not that mean, but I do like to go fast.
On an automatic, if you put the brake on and you put it on the gas, they still spin up just on the spot.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so if you've got a rear wheel drive, then you can brake torque it, like you said, because your front brakes put on before your back brakes do. So you lightly put on the brake and then hit the gas. But if you've got a front wheel drive, you can brake torque with the e-brake, because the e-brake is just the rear tires. So you pull that lever and then you go ahead and let her loose.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. I know, but it's fun.
Yeah, people love cars, don't they? They love all that.
Yeah.
But everywhere's been turned into 20 miles per hour, so over here.
Oh, has it?
Yeah, for ages it has been, you know.
So I was wondering,
that's
people
only within. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead. Finish.
Well, just people over here, they drive 5 miles over the speed limit. Whatever the speed limit is, most people are like 5 miles over, 4 or 5 miles over it. Is that the same over there?
Roughly. Well, people don't mind doing 80 on a. I'd say they wouldn't mind doing 80 generally.
Okay.
You're saying 20 mile an hour. Where is that 20 mile an hour?
Well, when
it's not on highways, is it?
No, of course not. But if you know, like 30 mile an hour roads, 40 mile an hour roads.
Yes, within housing and places and things like that are.
Yeah, no dual carriageways been actually. That one has. It used to be a 70, and now they've made it a 40. So yeah,
That's big.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I suppose 20 mile an hour, you could walk quicker than 20 mile an hour.
Yeah.
Well, you can't. But yeah, I know what you're saying.
Well,
but,
I think in America here, that'd be like taking your guns.
So we had
20 mile an hour.
We had an air crash over here. Yeah, there's a big disaster. It landed on the flyover, which was like a 70 mile an hour road. And then they've just developed it into like new estates and buildings and stuff. And now they've turned it in like a big section of it into 40 mile an hour speed limits. It's got roundabouts, all sorts of stuff with it. So yeah, out of some disasters become thingy, but there won't be any more air shows over where I live. No.
Any more what?
Air shows.
Air show.
Yeah. It was it a hunter hawk hunt or something like that.
Many people did it kill, Jason?
11, yeah, and a lot more injured. Funny enough, the pilot survived. He claims, and it's probably true, he got G-lock. Well, that's where he passed out, obviously. But yeah, he survived. It catapulted him out of his cockpit, and he survived. Isn't that mad?
Wow.
It's pretty mad. So yeah, you been to any air shows?
It's been a lot of years, but yeah, every summer they have an air show. You know,
I'd probably say one of the most impressive ones. It was probably, I think it might have been the 50th anniversary of the Battle of Britain, maybe, I think it was, or one of them massive big ones, the Second World War one. 50 years. Yeah, it was a flyover. We were we're in London.
You saw that bomber go under the bridge, yeah?
I wouldn't have seen it going under the bridge. I'd have been on the rooftop in Victoria around there watching that. We had chairs out sitting watching that air show, yeah. That was cool watching all them bombers and that going over, yeah.
Yeah, of course. I think some bomber they didn't have permission to do something, so he flew under a bridge on the Thames, Got in trouble for it, but then got away with it. You know what I mean? It was like a big FU to them. Because, like I said, it was a 50-year thing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it's memorable. I mean, you know.
Puts laser together. You just got back then, you look, have you? Where you been? Had a good time?
I dozed off there for a couple of hours. Took a
Yeah, I did. I fucked off for sleep.
This week is one of them. It's easy and hard. I don't know, because people are off from work and that, and coming and going. Kids off school and whatever.
Yeah.
So you don't know who's calling. Like that's we're saying nomadic. He could pop. So you know, that type of way.
Yeah. Just think, oh, I hope he's all right, you know.
Of course he is.
Yeah. But you know what America's like. I mean, fucking hell. I thought he might have gone bartering and then got shot up. You know, that's just crazy talk, isn't it? My crazy mind. It's just because America has guns and that, isn't it?
Yeah, so here's a little side story to that. Is I was down at this this priory where there's a bunch of monks and nuns, and it's in the middle of Illinois, which is in the middle of the United States, and they had some like exchange students or something, I guess, and there's this dude from Austria, and we're chatting and walking, and he asked me, "Is it true in America that you can shoot a gun anytime you want?"
Texas.
And it just struck me as a strange question. I was like, well, yeah, I mean, why not? And I mean, you know, not anywhere or anything like that, but anytime, yeah, that we can go out to the shooting range right now. And he was like, well, in Austria, you have to file paperwork saying where and when and how many rounds and why and all that stuff and get approved. And is it that way in Britain? You can just go out to the shooting range, right?
No, I don't think so.
Well, certain bits of land you'd be able to go out for hunting. Just you'd only have a gun for hunting, and then you have firing ranges too as well. That'd be with everything very strict.
You don't see adverts
No
on
Ireland.
that's for sure. Would you agree?
Say that again.
I was saying to Ulick, you wouldn't see adverts advertising it on telly. People like farmers and stuff like that have guns. You can apply for a shotgun or gun license, sorry, but if you've got a criminal record, you're not going to get one.
Yeah, but not to protect yourself, Jason.
Well, as in antiques?
Not a shotgun to go out and hunt. You haven't got a shotgun at home to protect yourself.
Right. That's an American amendment thing, isn't it? And they're right. They're right.
Yeah, and plus shotguns are pretty cheap. I mean, you know, the handgun industry is a racket, in my opinion, and they tax. You know, you're talking $1,000 for a handgun, but you can get a shotgun for $200.
Well, I'd have the pumper. Yeah.
Yeah. The nicer ones are well over $1,000, like for the semi-automatic shotguns and stuff like that. And of course, they all have, you know, you're supposed to have a firearm owner's identification card, and you know, if you're going hunting, you have to have the plug in it. So there's a what do they call that? Where all this extra bullets go?
Chamber.
Yeah, and so there's a plastic plug in there, so that you can only have like 2 extra bullets in the chamber, and then, you know, so you can only have 3 bullets in the gun, which makes hunting more fair. And then the conservation police, if they catch you out hunting, they can be like, let me check your plug. But then, like, if you're just going out to the shooting range, you can pull a plug out and you know, load it up.
restrictions, though. I mean, if you did have to, get the pumpy out for home invasion, you've only got 3 rounds.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. So you would want to take the plug out for your home protection, and then that's another so I can't remember the comedian because he doesn't have a good enough character for me to remember. But the joke is that he was trying to buy a gun for self-defense, and the guy told him to buy a shotgun, and he's like, I'm trying to defend myself, not do drywall work. And he's like, you don't want to try and aim when you're tired.
Scattergun.
Yeah.
You're over in the warm side of the country, over in California, are you?
No, I'm in the middle. I'm in the farm.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Are you? I always. Where did I get in my head? I have in my head that you were out in California way.
Okay.
For some reason, I have seen you sitting out there and on the beach, running up and down one of these seaside strips in your car with your arm out the window. And
well, to be fair, I'm on the Mississippi River, so.
Ooh. Is there all the racism gone?
Well, it's like people on the coast look down on the middle of America. They call it flyover land.
Oh.
These are the flyover states. And it's like, oh, we've got the Mississippi River. And it's like, oh, it's a river is not an ocean. And it's like, well, yeah, but an ocean is all salty. This is freshwater. And, it just goes back and around. It's just nonsense.
I'd go with the natural. I'll be happy with.
Well, all right. How about this one? For you? So, there's one of the local cities around here. Their police department has a water fountain out front, and it's like, oh, that's the nice rich neighborhood, but they'll never be as rich as the neighborhood that's about 20 miles away, and it's filled with old farm money, and I mean like horse farms. And so it's like, whose nose is poking up the highest?
Yeah. Middle America. What part? You said Ohio, is it? Around that?
Iowa. Yeah.
Iowa.
Close enough. There's I's and O's and maybe a consonant in there somewhere. No, it's but I say that because it's kind of like we had a couple of local radio guys. They're pretty big on the radio locally, but nobody would know them in another state. Everybody knows them around here, and they were talking about how like local TV talent, like the local news anchors, they think they're big until you get to the international or the national news anchors, and then you get into the international news anchors, and it's all like, who's poking their chest out the farthest. It's like, I poke my chest out. I poke my chest out so far, I actually had to get extra zipper tongs on my pants because that zipper was trying to burst open, ladies. There's probably some bit there.
You'll be called mouth chauvinist bastard. No, you won't. You'll be fine.
When I zip up my pants, I have to yell, back, back.
Excuse me. Joanie said she'd be back now in a sec. She was just...
Actually, I gotta go get a refill, and I will be back shortly, gentlemen.
Okay.
Okay, check.
Are you eating as well? You always eating.
No, I've only started.
Yeah.
That's what Joanie's been doing. She's been getting dinner ready.
Oh,
for them few minutes. She's running around. I can hear her running around there. She'll be back now in a sec. Right, so I don't know. She was talking about. See, I woke up. I didn't know what she was talking about.
Well, actually, it's going through history, like about from babies to we're not in the Matrix, stuff like that, and timelines and planets. Yeah, the name Uranus, which used to be Uranus, and that Joanie said it was named after the king. I thought it was named a lot before that, but it's still interesting stuff. And we're looking at the graph and that, so it's interesting. Do you believe that? I can't believe it myself. That when the Bronze Age was happening, they were building the pyramids. Do you think that lines up?
Doesn't sound like it, does it?
Oh, to me it don't. But I could be wrong, man. But I don't think so. I don't know. I mean, different climates. I have to look into it.
Well, when you see it,
wait and get off that. Sorry, mate. What did you say?
when you see the timelines, we were looking there at was discussing about the American Civil War, the alien, about the amount of building that was done during them wars. While all them wars were going on, the amount of buildings that were popping up around the place, or were they?
Oh, I wouldn't have named. I mean, back then, wouldn't it be wood buildings, wouldn't it?
Well, not really. They're massive, big Victorian-looking buildings, and
right, okay.
were they already there?
In the Wild West.
Was this? Well, you notice. I was saying to Joanie, you know them buildings that have the big columns outside. They look like Roman buildings, and then big triangular thing on the top. They're all over the world.
Are they?
Why would they reproduce them and not have their own and say, this is what we now build, not continue on building what looks like Greek or Roman?
Right.
That's what I find funny.
Okay. I thought it was different cultures, different thingies. Like, I mean, weren't they in charge of the industrial age? The Victorians.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, that's what we think. That's what I think we've been led to believe. But was it already there?
Well, no, it's the mother of invention, isn't it? Yeah, because like that obviously happened. A lot of pollution from that shit, but happened, and then we started developing more, didn't we? Electric, all sorts of stuff. So, I mean, how am I talking to you if it wasn't for the mother of invention? I think it's a British guy invented the internet, isn't it?
This time he did, yeah?
Yeah, this time round. Oh, don't tell me you believe in reincarnation.
No.
No.
But I believe we've been here before. Not me and you.
What, a bit of deja vu?
Yeah.
Don't know about that. That seems a bit like the Matrix, which we weren't going to talk about that. Joanie said back that, yeah. I did mention it. She said about that stuff, but no. It's strange though, isn't it? Like habitable zones. You know, there's more than just one in the universe. That's for sure. So, yeah. Or is it just one big dream, eh? Imagine that. If it's a dream, do you want to wake up?
No, but what was it? I heard a good song last night. What was the name of it? I haven't. Oh man, I saved it last night. No, it wasn't Joanie. It was. Actually, had Lemons. Lemons are better than something was the name of the band.
Okay.
And it was one of their songs. I wish I die. I want to die young, I think is the name of the song.
Right. And it got to you, yeah? You could relate to that song.
So it was rare. It was a clever song, yeah.
Okay. The layers to it. I like that. If there's layers, then that's good. Yeah, I had to have a bit of a kick as well, man. I put stupid o'clock, you know. Yeah. Can you believe it's still in the week? Because it doesn't feel Christmassy on a Monday, does it? Well, it does, but, you know, next thing you know, you're back to reality. Normality, not reality.
Yeah, I suppose. But this, I don't know. Most people don't celebrate. You're living in a Christian country, yeah?
Yeah. Wayne, come
I
here.
don't know what way the rest of the world is. Here, like today, we were out and I was driving by a couple of houses. I just noticed a couple of Israeli flags
Oh, right, okay.
outside. No, but you know the way you just don't know where you are. When you're in America, it's that vast a place. It's so,
Yeah.
you know, so you just, it's a complete or not mismatch, but mishmatch.
Yeah, Susan said this year doesn't feel like Christmas at all. It felt a bit Christmassy for me. It felt a little bit. I just did my own thing though, which was the best thing really, because I poisoned myself with like cocktail sausages that I reheated. Left the heating on for like a day and a half, and then reheated these left out cocktail sausages, and I got food poisoning. So yeah, I think I'm getting better. I hope I am. Yeah, I think so. Did you get nice and full up on Christmas Day, mate?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I had plenty to eat, yeah.
Yeah.
And Turkey 2 days, just not today now is different again, yeah.
Well, the
Chicken
cat finished off the turkey yesterday, so all good. Makes you think though, doesn't it? You know, I think it was King George. How interesting. That started the tradition that every house should have a Christmas tree. So that ain't too long ago, is it? Really? Didn't you say? No.
When did
you eating bastard? You just eating it, yeah.
swallow it?
Yeah.
When did presents become a thing? When did it become a thing for shops giving presents? That's
a good one.
Well,
You
it's
think
here. You have
or something?
What's the one they have here that month as well? In November, I think at the end of November, they have turkey, another Thanksgiving, and it's not a day you give. Yeah, but it's a big feed. Get together.
Yeah.
And there's no presents given, and just goes off the exact same and whatever. No fuss. It's so different, you know what I mean? There's no one giving out about it.
I'm back.
Hey.
I heard your jokes, Jacob. You're very funny to me.
What do you mean? What jokes? I don't tell jokes. What jokes? Anyway, don't worry about it.
Those are very funny, clever.
Thank you. I do try.
I was talking to Jacob, Jay, not you.
Oh, right. He's gone. He's not here. Yeah, well, waste of time then. Waste of time. He's gone to get some more
Jokes
material.
are funny too, but
Yeah, he's a funny. He's got an act there. I like how he said, "I'm trying to find my personality." I said that should go in. That should be part of the material.
that's funny.
Yeah. What are you guys munching on then? What you got for dinner? Dinner time? Yeah, what is it? Tea
I'm eating
time?
some sweet potatoes.
Oh, nice. Potatoes! Potatoes! Apparently,
Right.
though, you weren't the only one to suffer in the potato famine. Everybody suffered, apparently. So, there you go. Don't feel so picked on.
We don't. I don't. That's what I say. I'm not going to play the victim.
No.
Never play the victim because you'll end up fucking looking stupid. Look at all them blacks looking for reparation. I'm sure they look stupid. Yeah, no, but I mean, that was fucking stupid, wasn't it? Thinking that had ever happened.
Who said that?
Who?
Who wants to know?
Who said what?
I don't know that. Who said that? Was that a statement or a question? Are you saying like, who said that? Or are you saying like, who said that?
I say that all the time.
You say that?
You say that?
Yeah. That.
Mm.
That.
A fat that.
Sorry, I've been up all day.
The kind of rot. Imagine that.
I was getting props for your jokes, man, but I wasn't really. So,
oh man,
I can hear you in the background.
I can see you, Susan.
He was taking props for your jokes.
Yes, sorry, that's the word.
Well, you're funny, Jay. It's only natural. You would assume that I was speaking to you.
Cool. And I thought you knew he'd gone away.
Right. I wasn't here for every bit of it, but I was here. I could hear all the jokes there, and it's a.
Oh, Joanie, you want to hear my flat Earth bit?
Sure.
Well,
somebody was telling me that they thought the Earth was flat, and I was like, "What are you talking about? The Earth isn't flat. It has a great set of tetons. I think that the Earth is fine the way it is. # body positive." And considering it's still developing, it's weird that we're even talking about it.
Creep.
Yeah.
That's my flat Earth.
That's really clever. That's
I don't know. It's been a while since I've delivered it, so that's why I was a little choppy. But
no, I remember. I have jokes like that too. They were much funnier when they were back in the day, but I hadn't done them in a while. I can't deliver them like I did.
I can't believe your friend the other day wasn't getting the jokes. I guess some Americans just don't get it, right?
He was Canadian. He was Canadian.
He's Canadian. Right.
Right.
He lives on the top. He lives along that bit along the top.
You have to have some sympathy for the Canadians.
Not the French Canada.
Are you saying there's a missing link there? Was that part of the hiccup, the big hiccup?
My closest ally I know nothing about. Except they have maple syrup, really good ski resorts. And the Mountie. And they like hockey.
Yeah, right. But hockey's very violent, isn't it?
I like hockey. I've been to a few games.
okay, all right, I found one. I gotta try it. I
Okay,
can't try it. It's a joke that works, and I've kind of sometimes I write these little one-liners and I try to roll them into stuff, but this is just a one-liner.
Okay.
And it's worked, okay, a lot over here in bars and stuff. I'm not sure if you guys will think it's funny, so here goes.
We're going international now. International.
Right.
I was some people ask me why I write jokes, and sometimes I tell them it's because, weird things happen to me. Like the other day I'm hanging a mirror and I'm thinking, the hardest part about hanging a mirror is trying to get it level. But it turns out the hardest part about hanging a mirror is trying to watch myself struggle while I do it. And other times it's just because weird thoughts go through my head. Like I'm eating a bowl of Cheerios, and I'm wondering if British people eat bowls of Hello There's.
Good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah.
You guys rock.
If you change it to Lucky Charms, it'd still be funny.
Hello there's.
Well, I'm just going to bake a potato, and I'll be back.
Okay.
No pun and joke intended.
Good luck with that, then. Good luck.
It's not a potato. It's not a potato. It's a potato. I like it.
I mean, I am partial to potatoes. There's something about them.
I like potatoes too. I went many years living on potatoes. I had like a secret like love affair with potatoes for a while in my 20s. I just craved fucking potatoes. And there was this restaurant called McAllister's. Had giant potatoes. They were the size of your head. And then they had these really good oatmeal raisin cookies. And I would go to McAllister's just to eat a giant potato and have half a dozen oatmeal raisin cookies. Mmm.
Like baked potatoes?
Yeah, there were these big, giant baked potato, cheesy potato things. Hang on.
Mm.
I've just put it in the microwave for 5 minutes.
Jeez.
You know, it's one of them pre-ones, you know, in the box.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys eat ketchup?
Yeah.
I love
I prefer brown sauce, though, myself.
Okay, what's brown sauce?
A1 sauce.
You don't have brown sauce in America?
We do. We call it something different, Jay.
Okay. What do you call it?
A1 sauce or steak sauce.
Thick sauce. Is it the same, Ulick? Is it the same as HP?
Yeah, well, it's not bad for it.
It's
not
similar.
The same.
It's close.
It's similar, yeah. It'll do for it.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
So hear me out. If I'm having a cheeseburger, I put some hamburger, I put some cheese on a hamburger. I'll usually have it with ketchup, but sometimes I'll forego the cheese and I'll have it with steak sauce or A1 or brown sauce.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, you know what? Okay.
Okay, I'm confused now. I missed that joke.
Was it a joke?
No,
I know. I was lost.
It wasn't.
No, here's a real thing that happened in reality. So I was working at this bar as a cook, and one of the burgers that we had on the menu was called the English burger. And it's a burger patty with cheese, and you put an egg over easy on it, which I still do. It's fire. I recommend it. And then it had peanut butter on it.
No.
No.
Not a British dish. That is not a British dish. No.
I'm like, what? Okay.
They would eat anything, all right, but that's not a regular thing you'd see.
The peanut butter
is British food was bland. That's the only thing I've ever heard is that British food doesn't have a lot of flavor. Or English food, whatever. I'm just telling you.
Well, they do. We'll have to say they're all the same. The French and the Italians probably get the flary bit for that. Yeah, I have to say, but it's tasty. Can't knock our thing for tastiness.
Sure.
Good hearty food, but it's not that sexy fucking stuff that
you
see.
It's not spaghetti.
Yeah.
British pastries are great.
Are they? What's a British pastry?
Like a pie or a pasty, It's like a pastry with a filling in it.
Oh, they do a lot. You guys do have a lot of. I like pies, including food
sausage
pies,
roll,
not just fruit, not just sweet pies.
Yeah.
Pie as well. I like pies.
Steak and kidney pie.
Yeah, anything
all that sort.
flaky crust. I don't
chicken
like
and mutton.
cracker crusts. I'm not a fan of cookie crusts. So I don't want cracker crusts or whatever kind of crust. I like a flaky pastry crust.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Poof.
Poof, yes. Loads.
Yeah. And I like it on top too, and your fork hits it.
Is it a shoe pastry, you call it?
It's delicious, is what it is. I'm dreaming of pies now.
Flake pastry, plus what you said you like.
I like pie. I love pie, but every time I hear the word pie, I think of leg pie.
Leg pie, fur pie.
It's a guy thing.
Fur pie.
American furry pie.
Leg pie. It's just a pie plate, and I imagine legs on it for some reason. The pie eating contest, everybody. Hands behind your back. Anyway, come on now. Let's be serious. We're adults in here, okay?
You wanted to know where we got up to, and I sort of tried to explain where we got up to about Bronze Age.
Yes.
All that sort of stuff.
I was on, yeah.
Well, I got up to 2000. We were actually talking about all that building that went on during them wars.
Yeah. How interesting is that? What a thought there. What if that was all make-believe and something else was happening to these people? Interesting. What be stranger than fiction?
Yeah, but it was a civil war. Come on. It was
right. They showed me
it was against slavery, wasn't it?
In the papers they were, and they rounded up people to go fight in it. But do we know that? They also have astronauts that walk around the world and tell people they landed on the moon. People will lie. People will lie.
Well, they keep it a secret. They keep the truth a secret. Just don't say that they're lying. They just keep it a secret.
Oh, that reminds me. Somebody was telling me that Mercury is in retrograde and Venus is in control of my love life. And I said, "Are you sure it's not Uranus?"
We were talking about Uranus earlier. Yeah.
Uranus.
I don't think it was named after King George.
How many Uranus jokes are there? You know,
it's been wiped from my mind because they took the name away.
Right. Did you ever do that with your friends? Did you ever like round robin, things? Hang on.
I'm gonna get some more.
What's a round robin?
Yeah, I was going to fancy it. I was going to ask what the hell's that? Is that where I guess it's, I'm just taking a guess, where you sit round and just talk about shit? Is that what she's saying?
Okay. So, like, for example, maybe we might say, okay, let's round robin bands. And so you'd start at A, and then you'd say a band, and then the next person would say B, and you'd just go around until you couldn't name anymore, right? Stuff like that. Did you ever do that? Just with your friends?
We were doing it last week. Word association, was it?
Word association, yeah.
Well, yeah, I might say, A, ABBA, and then you would say B.
It's got to be alphabetical then.
Berlin or something, and then you're going to name a C band. The next person names C.
Yeah.
And then,
Right. That way. And then there's the other way where it's word association. So the word's got to relate to the word. But I like your way. I like your way.
Any kind of round robin thing like that. Well, one of the favorites was how many different ways can you say 2 in the pink, 1 in the stink? And some of the things that the guys could come up with were quite creative. I have to be honest. They would get me laughing so hard at all the different ways they could say these phrases. Or like all the different, I remember another one, all the different ways you could say throw up or puke. you know, like just all, and then the guys would start thinking about funny things, funny ways to describe.
This is deja vu. I've had this conversation before with you.
With me? I'm sure you
Yeah,
have.
the exact same. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, anyway, I just like those kind of games. I could get giggling.
No, I had friends. We used to sit in a circle and round robin, but it was always, we started with the bong and then we couldn't remember to list anything after that.
Right.
B,
That was the first round robin was the bowl, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, you gotta pass the bowl so that you can get high while you roll the blunt.
Right. And next, please.
You do A and I'll do B, Ulick, and I'm doing it for a laugh. It's a joke, yeah, good. You do A, I'll do B.
I got something in the mail today.
Apple.
Potato. No, you shouldn't laugh at other people's shit. It's funny.
Joanie?
Cauliflower.
I thought you were going to have a civil conversation here. I thought we were. I was asking you to.
I'm always making
I was asking you to help. I was going to help.
Okay, I got something for you. You're gonna like this. I think.
2 in the cauliflower, 1 in the potato.
I want to know what his D was going to be.
Okay.
It's going to be in the cauliflower and then in the potato.
You look, one of your Christmas presents is up here.
Is it a box of Scottish shortbread by any chance?
Don't even bite your tongue, Jason.
Okay.
Not everything can be a winner.
Okay. Should I be excited?
Okay, okay. Are you ready to? I'm going to read the front. It's a book. I'm going to read the front jacket here.
Oh,
okay.
Cool.
Since they were banished to a remote island off the coast of Ireland because of mysterious clerical misdeeds, Father Ted Crilly, Father Dougal McGuire, Father Jack Hackett, and their housekeeper, Miss Doyle, have been entertaining countless Channel 4 viewers. While Ted dreams of a more high-classed parish, Dougal attempts to grasp complex theological issues. Between games of Cluedo, Jack shouts, "Drink, Fick, arse, girls!" with little or no provocation, and Miss Doyle does her best to give Irish friendliness and hospitality a bad name. Father Ted, the complete scripts, is uniquely a collection of late but not final drafts. Jokes, characters, and scenes that didn't make it into the series are here, along with an introduction to each episode by the authors, which explains how the insane plot lines arose. So whether you're a fan of the show or simply interested in how comedy programs make the final leap from page to screen, this book is all you'll need. It's Father Ted, the complete scripts.
Ooh.
Wow.
It's kind of neat anyway. That's an older book.
Where did you come across that?
I have ways. 1999. This one's from 1999. They had a couple. It's got season 1 from 95, 96, and 98. So it's got all the scripts. We can read them together. Jack says, "Gin, vodka." Ted says, "That's right, Father. Time for your drink." I can read the script from the show. How cool is that?
I tell you if you're wrong.
I wouldn't be father.
That's part of your Christmas present.
Which father would you be, Ulick?
Oh, I don't know. Well, there's
The chat knows.
No. There's one that Brendan Grace plays him. He's an evil father. He's one of them. He goes around calling everyone, "You're a kiddie fiddler, aren't you?"
Is that the father, New Jack City? Is that one?
I forget his name.
Is it where the original Jack gets hairy hands and he has to go in a home and then they swap him for another Jack? It was
No.
It was New Jack City. That one.
Number 5. No, I'm trying to think. This father, he's a beard. I can't. Brendan Grace is his name. The bloke who does the character. Yeah.
Do you remember the one on the plane?
Yeah.
That's fucking hilarious.
That's a brilliant one.
Yeah, that's brilliant. That is. Where that priest stands up and goes, "I have always loved you," and then they survive it. It's very embarrassing, isn't it? Yeah, good stuff.
Well, thank you. That sounds brilliant. I'm looking forward to getting my hands on that.
Yeah, just seems like something different. Just something different and unique. Not everybody has. So I like stuff like that.
There's your Jason's potato.
They're going to have cheese, beetroot, and salad cream. 30% less fat.
Dale! Oh no. There's someone coming up my driveway.
Hey, Dale.
I'll be back.
Is
On the fort, fellas.
Is it the murder?
Father Fenton Stack. Cheers, Jerry. And what's the DJ? Father. What's his name, the DJ? And he only has one record.
Oh, yeah, he rips them off the money. Yeah. And he only bought one record. It's Ghost Town, wasn't it? Yeah, it's good, man. Do you know what? I forgot the potato.
This woman's running around. I don't know what's going on. Hey, Dale. Good to see you, bro.
What's new?
Microchip technology, but it's not that new, is it, anymore? Someone said new. I'd say streaming, I suppose, was the newest thing, wasn't it?
Streaming is new. There's a lot of plus. A lot of plus things. It's like, give us your money or give us your money plus.
Right.
that was like someone today. We were
Bend
talking to them.
over.
What did they say about we talked about TV, something on TV, and they said, "Oh yeah, that's on a channel we have here, but you have to have plus."
Right. You have the plus. So you pay, but it's like cable. You would buy cable, but then if you wanted the sport package or you wanted HBO, you had to pay. So it's just cable now. It's just a cheap. So now you have 5 streaming subscriptions. You might as well go back to paying $65 a month for cable. Do you see what I'm saying? And it's the same shit on all of them anyway. There's not one of those free apps that they let you have a free subscription to watch shit. There's not one of those that shows me anything on there that would make me ever want to pay for it. They got to show me something good.
Okay. So they didn't sell it to you. I mean, it's a good time to cut back, isn't it? No.
Well, I don't think I'm missing anything. Only the adverts here for pharmaceuticals during. Well, they put a film on during the ads. Here in this country.
That's a good one.
Were you saying you have a show as commercials for a show about commercials. We're watching a program of commercials, and in between there's commercials that are really a movie.
Oh, that's funny.
And they're not even long enough. They're mean now. See, it used to be the commercials they were like 2.5 minutes. That gave you enough time to unload the dishwasher, pee if you needed to, make a cup of coffee, throw a sandwich together, swap your laundry. And now they're like 30 seconds. So you have to rewind it. When you rewind it, it triggers the commercials again. And they don't stop. And shows used to be made to have commercials inserted. And so they had a break or a moment of screen change or something, right? That the commercial, now they just right in the middle, he pulled a gun and they just go, have you got Crohn's disease?
Yeah.
What? And then you come back and you're missing half of it. You can't get your brain back into that super speed moment or that dramatic moment you were just in. You know what
I don't care anymore.
It kills the vibe of the film. And now you've lost interest. You're texting on your phone now. See if my aunt called.
Yeah, Netflix has said to me, "Oh, do you want to save £2 a month and have adverts?" I went, "No." No.
You're still going to have adverts. You have adverts for the shows that are on them. So you see what I mean? The commercials just turn into something else. Later tonight at 8. That's a commercial. They're still commercials. It's commercials for their other stuff.
It's a trailer.
Exactly. Exactly. It's
well, do you remember? There was a time, I remember back the time when there was halftime, or I suppose I don't know, maybe you're a bit young, where they used to sell sweets at halftime. They'd come out with their, I don't know what they were called, cigarette boards or whatever.
Yeah. Peanuts, cigarettes.
Well, sweets was for us at the time. It was.
Yeah, I heard of it in the cinemas. Cigarettes, peanuts, whatever.
You used to go down. You used to go down to the front. People used to stand down at the front of the cinema, and you'd queue up and walk down to the front and buy your sweets at halftime, and then go and sit and eat your sweets, and then
that was pull them out of your pants because you thought ahead. You have some baggies in your pants. Hang on, sweetie, I got some sweets in my drawers.
I think the circus does that. Well, I used to do it also. Yeah.
I really have no boobs. These are all bags of sweets. Hang on. The bra becomes empty real quick. No tissue paper here. I got a bag of M&Ms stuffed in my bra. That would have been a smart idea. I don't know why I didn't think about that back then.
Oh, that reminds me. I love going to the theater, but the snacks are so expensive. So I took my backpack and I put some googly eyes on it, and I started calling it my emotional support backpack. But they still wouldn't let me take it in. So hear me out. I need an emotional support kangaroo.
I missed the key word back in the. You sort of bugged out, so I missed the half of it. So.
I'm trying to sneak things into the movie theater because the snacks are expensive.
Yeah.
And so I need an emotional support kangaroo.
Okay,
that's people are like, I have an emotional support dog. I have an emotional support cat, and they take them wherever.
Yeah. I've got a therapy cat. How'd you like that?
yeah, there you go. I need a therapy kangaroo.
A marsupial.
Can I ask that? Do Americans use crackers like at the dinner table and that? Is that a tradition that carries on over there?
Do we crumble crackers in our soup?
No, just to have crackers at the table, like water, or some people
no,
bread and butter.
You don't. I meant Christmas crackers. You lot. Obviously they don't know.
Poppers.
Oh yes, crackers. You're right, Jason. We did buy some, and I haven't seen them yet. And maybe it was when I went out. They were pulled. I don't know, Jason, to be
Yeah, we
honest with you.
pulled some. I found them
Did
though
you?
at like a salvage yard kind of place. It's not a salvage yard, but like a shop that gets seconds leftovers from. And they had some for $2 for a box of them. So
That's
I
great.
picked up a couple packs, but they'd be very expensive. They were originally marked $9. So I would never pay that for them, but I'm cheap. So I don't.
Was there good presents in there, and was there jokes?
There was a joke in every one. I have them here somewhere because I was going to put them in one of our little books. And then it had some kind of little trinket. They reminded me of things that would be in a Cracker Jacks box back in the day. They weren't, something you might
weren't.
in the office when you were.
Said crackers weren't pulled when we do it, Jason. At the table.
Yeah.
Yeah. You didn't do that. I missed all that. I was at the table and I did. Maybe I was asleep. Maybe I was in another
the kids just
dimension
kind of
somewhere.
the living room. I'm sorry, I didn't do it properly. I'll fix it next.
That's all right. No, all right. No, I'm just. Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to know if it was a tradition in America.
No.
Okay, cool then. Cool.
It will be now.
No. Not at $9, they won't.
No, not for $9. But I can make my own. Who says I can make my own cracker?
Did it go bang?
Yeah, they do. They have a little. They reminded me of those snap pat beads. You throw them on their little tiny bags of gunpowder or whatever, and you throw them on the ground.
And they go snap.
Yeah, I love those things.
Yeah.
I liked cap guns too, man.
Yeah, I liked cap guns. Well, up to a late age.
Go through that. You get a pack of rings, like your parents would break down, or you'd save your money, get a pack of rings, or somebody get them for their birthday, right? You go through that pack of rings in like half an afternoon.
It's fun, isn't it?
The caps only. The rest of the time you're shooting a gun capless. Like a Nerf gun. I never understood Nerf guns. And you lost all your bullets in one afternoon. Now what?
Buy some more. No, but yeah, they sell them separately. Like a big box of like 500. But yeah.
You got your dad.
Sorry, Suzanne. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Sorry, Eula. Go ahead.
Exactly, Suzanne. Yes. It didn't go unnoticed, but here I am.
Surviving.
Oh, this is what I wanted to show Suzanne and Paul. You seen it, Jason, the other night, the present that I got her.
Oh, yeah, fantastic.
Did the crackers have any hats in them?
They did. They had tissue crowns.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
It says a hat, a joke, and a prize.
That's right.
Yeah, hang on. Let's make this.
I love that. Man, I want some Christmas crackers.
I know, Jacob. They were fun. They really were. And they had
cool.
like
You look good.
A teeny tiny bowling set. There was one of those fortune fish that you put in your hand, and if it folds in half, it tells your fortune.
Oh yeah.
You remember those? It had one of those little metal.
Yeah.
See, it's Lucky Ducks.
So one of the things that we do where I grew up is that we have the Mississippi River, and we have a tug of war across the Mississippi River from one state to the other. And there's all those little like carnival games for kids that are like 5, where you throw the dart at the balloon and you try to ring toss, and they had those little things like that. Those little treats.
Yes.
These are American. Can I ask the width of the river Mississippi?
Well, I think the widest it gets is a mile Around here, it's like a quarter of a mile.
That's a long rope, Jacob.
Yeah, but that's a low spot. It's like if you think about like in a valley, the river's real narrow and deep, and then when it hits a low lying land, it's going to get real wide and shallow.
Oh, she's got roses. She's got they're my favourite, and the orange one.
Oh, they all just fell on the floor.
At least she got roses, you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat that right now.
They're my favourite. But yeah, quarter of a mile. What would you say the finish point is? Like 40 foot? 40 foot?
Well, I don't know, because the thing about the Mississippi is it's the river that all the other rivers dump into. So it starts out as a spring up in like near Canada, and then when the Ohio River and the Indiana River all dump into it, then it gets like way bigger. Let's see, how wide is this? It's a quarter of a mile on the bridge.
Yeah, hence the bridge. Otherwise, it was really small.
People get together and they just have a big tug of war there, and it's like they do this once a year, like a carnival kind of thing.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, the internet says at its skinniest point, it's between 20 and 30 feet. At its widest, it's 11 miles.
Wow. Did you say 11?
11 miles. Yeah, 11 miles. But that's because it's a low-lying wide point. It's kind of like a lake, but the river goes in and out of the lake. So, around here, we have a really heavy rope. I want to say it's like 800 pounds, and it runs through a pulley into the water, and then on a pulley on the other side, and then we have little hash marks so you can tell who's pulled the rope farther than the other. And it sits in the water. It's a huge thing. The businesses get teams together and they advertise, and then there's 20 people pulling on this rope on each side of the river.
Wow. Someone go in? No one go in. Someone goes in. No?
Nah, the pulley stops it.
How long has that been going on? Is it tradition?
About 35 years, I guess.
Yeah. So it's be like one of these strange American traditions.
That sounds fun. You guys swim in a bog as a tradition over there, so
that sounds
that's my tradition.
You showed me the bog swim races. That's
bog snorkeling. That's not just the one. That's
Joanie's turned right redneck, real redneck. Yeah.
I want to do
that.
Live
in a bog.
Do
you know what a bog means in England? It means toilet.
Well, isn't that what they do?
I'm telling you.
They're swimming in the bog, and that what it's called?
In the toilet. That's what that means over
exactly
here.
What it's like. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it looks like that to me. So don't give out about our tug of war on the Mississippi.
No, I'm just saying it's one of them strange traditions you have. Like that one, I didn't think it was real. I thought it was a film. Groundhog Day.
Yeah.
I thought that was just a make-up thing.
It's a real thing.
Yeah, it's a real thing. Oh God.
Well, I think a lot of towns have that. It used to be that was things that drew people to like a state fair. Is what they would be called when I was younger. But before that, you take the biggest pig out. You would have.
Well, all right. Let me make a point here with there's a Canadian show called The Red Green Show.
Okay.
And it is from the 90s, and it was a guy show, and it's kind of a lampoon of hunting and fishing shows. And this one episode is called The Really Big Thing. And so everybody's getting ready to go see this really big thing. And the one producer guy, he's going to videotape the big thing and make a whole bunch of money. And at the end of the show, the main guy, he's like, oh, man, we didn't see the really big thing. How many tires did it have? And the producer's guy's like, oh, you guys didn't see the thing? Well, that's because you were busy playing darts and eating fried food and stuff. And then the main guy says, Harold, you missed the point. It wasn't seeing the big thing; it was going to see the big thing. And in that same sense, the Tug Fest, people don't really go for the tug across the Mississippi. They go for the event. They go for the people. It's the gathering and the fried food and the fireworks and all that.
The festivities, yeah.
So yeah, you're right. It is a quirky American thing. It's about the gathering.
It's not about the bog. It's about the gathering.
Right.
Exactly.
What's yours, Jason? Have you any down where you are? Any peculiar ones?
Well, I just think of the whole country. There's weird shit going on there all the time in it. I mean, they chuck a bit of cheese down the hill, and they all run down there like lunatics. That's pretty funny.
That's a weird one. Yeah.
There's 2 towns that play football for days. That's fucked up.
Oh, well, that's just one big fucking fight. That's just I've seen that.
Yeah, and then you got your actual bog swimming, isn't it? Where they snorkel through it. They do that shit.
Yeah.
Do that. And then the weirdest one for me is there's one day every year that some weirdo fucking Meg or whatever goes around and climbs a ladder up to the top floor of a house, passes the lady an orange, and then gets a kiss on the cheek, and then. Back in the day, she wouldn't have to pay her rent. Yeah, that was so I worked out. Well, that's some sort of perv getting his kick and giving him an orange at the same time. So that's a bit of a weird one, and that's in England. Yeah, that's weird. I don't like that one. It's weird.
Never heard of that one though.
You like birds? Quack quack.
Well, I get them.
It's dark outside. An ex-mechanic.
Let nature take its course. No, I'm only joking. Scared them into producing product, as in eggs. You know? You're right there, Joanie. Have you got anything to hand there, by the way? I mean, I've heard you've been cooking, multitasking, doing everything, but we're not talking about the Matrix, and we're not talking about aliens, and I've made that clear to you, Rick.
My candy was good. It was creamy.
Oh, so where'd you get that from? Because that's what I buy in Tesco's, or it's always been in my country.
Some nice person sent it over.
Oh, fantastic.
And so I had taken one of each out and put it in the Ziploc bag so that I could just try one at a time whenever I was streaming.
I've tried to send Ulick stuff. He's like, don't bother, it always melts. So, I mean, congratulations. There you go. Yeah. Congratulations.
Well, this person didn't listen. And this is a Quality Street in the orange.
It's not roses. I bought both. I bought Quality Street and roses. They're pretty much. They both do a strawberry and a orange softie.
Oh. Yeah, this is like a toffee or a.
Is it a barrel?
Caramel.
Yellow wrapper.
Mm-hmm.
See, you got the same. I had to say.
Yeah, this is some kind of.
I'm glad you got that.
Caramel.
Cool.
Caramel, however you say it.
Would you say that tastes nothing like your chocolate? Would you say?
Well, this doesn't because it isn't chocolate, but.
Well, it's chocolate covered with a toffee barrel, isn't it? No?
This didn't have any chocolate on it.
Okay.
This was naked.
Just be more
worried. In my mouth, Jay.
just be more worried if they had no wrappers on them, eh? Then I'd be more worried.
It's very big. But it's sticky. It's sticking in my teeth, you know.
You come get your birds. Just read that. So what's your favourite? Can I just ask, strawberry or orange? I actually like them both.
I like orange and chocolate together, yeah.
Yeah, they do the strawberry one and the orange one. It's
I
like they're both
and cherries. But a good chocolate orange is good. Citrus and orange is good. I used to have these candy sticks when I was a kid that were kind of thin, you know, sticks of like, what would you say, a
Candy?
hard candy.
Not
thin,
sugar cane. You don't have sugar cane, do you?
and the ends of them were dipped in chocolate.
Oh.
And they were so delicious. And they were like a flaky kind of a candy, as opposed to like one that snaps on you, like not like a candy cane, more like a flake.
Like a flake.
Yeah. Oh my God, they were good. I used to love to eat those things. I've not seen them.
Have you heard of twirls?
Twirls. Yeah, you're
Similar to a flake, but not quite.
Yeah, it's a hard candy, but it has a flake to it, as opposed to a.
I can't remember the sequence of things, but one of them was blue and had it's the coconut one. I don't know if that's Quality Street or Roses. I can't remember.
I like coconut. No, I think those are the. Let me see. Where Bounty.
Yeah, Bounty.
Yeah,
I thought they were celebrations. Hang on. No, they were in celebrations, weren't they?
Oh, maybe it was. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe.
No, if there's another coconut in here, I'll find it. That's the only one I knew of. And I found them all and took them out because I like coconut.
Yeah.
Those are good.
Yeah, Bounties are nice. So you haven't. There's no Malteser in there. There's no Maltesers in there, eh? Because you would have had that. That's more in celebration. Is there?
Yeah, she took one of each, but them Maltesers haven't got the. They're not pure honeycomb in the middle. They're just little bits.
They used to be. They used to be sort of like a Malteser, but.
Yeah, they're like little, you know, Halloween type size candy, fun size or a bite size.
Can you get Horlicks over there, Ulick?
No.
Okay.
Not that I'm saying. I wouldn't look for it anyway, so I couldn't tell you.
Hey, Zaza. Bounties. And you can give. I'll eat yours. If we were kids and we went trick or treating together, do you see? You could just give me your bounties. I'd let you have whatever your favorite was.
The strawberry cream ones.
What do you like, Suzanne?
I bet Suzanne likes a nice hard-boiled sweet. I bet you.
I got the walnut whip off of Amazon for my dad.
Excellent. But now I feel like the inside is so fake. You know, it's like having a Twinkie the inside of it.
Yeah, it's that way with everything, and I was wondering, like, did it used to be better?
No,
you know,
yeah, it used to be much better. That's what I'm saying. Everything's changed. Like Mars bars are nothing like the Mars bars in the 90s, and that. You know, they're nothing like.
All the ingredients are fake.
The chocolate's different.
You know?
They've dewed back where like it's the nanny state as well as the economies and climate change, I might say, stuff like that. But the quality of stuff has gone to shite, you know, absolute shite.
I have to agree with you there totally. Well, when you see it with Guinness, for example, when you see the way they were taken over by a bigger company, and you say, "Wow, I thought they were the biggest," they would have been. When you see them now, they're just a brand name in a chain, in a corporation. That's the way everything is. Everything you've always thought of as an individual little. Now they've been bought up. Sorry.
Sorry. I was going to say a Mars bar.
The video games. You were saying that about the video games. Bethesda bought up all the little games, and like it's like the big shark in the little pool and the pool, and Bethesda ate them all up. And there's no imagination left. They have the. the monopoly, I suppose.
Or franchise.
They can play the long game.
Yeah, what's that?
Unfortunately, our sweets have suffered the same.
Yeah. She's enjoying that. Joanie's enjoying the chocolate. Real well, like I say, it's nothing like it used to be.
Well, now I lived in a town once that had an M&M Mars factory in it. And so a lot of the town worked at M&M Mars, and for Halloween, they would let everybody have candy, and, they would have give away and donate it to the town for their Halloween festival. And I'm going to tell you something. It did taste different straight out of the factory than it did when you bought it at the store. Even if you bought it at the same store in town, like, say, a Walmart in town, it didn't necessarily come from our shop. Just that bit of difference in how old the chocolate was made an enormous difference in the taste. So when you guys talk about something like what they eat, what animal, the milk comes from what the cows eat can make a difference. Imagine if you could have it right out of the same factory right there.
And
That
did you?
Been better.
Yeah.
One of my friend's father, I think it was the only one who probably in the estate where I grew up. It was a dentine factory he worked in.
Is that like gum? Dentine, like
that dentine gum, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
he'd bring home, when he did bring home and we got some, it was the red one. That horrible red one.
The cinnamon?
Burnt the mouth off you.
The hot one, yeah, the hot one. Yeah.
You never got the green or the blue. Very rarely did you get them ones.
I like the green winter mint. What is your favorite? Do you like winter mint, peppermint?
Can I just say
the peppermint or the cinnamon? What's your favorite?
Can I just say, Fisherman's Friend is the worst sweet in the world. Like, have you ever had one, you lick?
I've tasted one and I've spit it out. Yes.
They're fucking rank, aren't they? They're rank. They're rank. Wait, they say Fisherman's Friend. Yeah, you must have to be in a typhoon or something to have that in your mouth. Yeah. You must be shitting it and proud of God to have that in your mouth.
It'd be good for a woman to take her mind off having a baby, probably.
Yeah. I sterilise the baby as well. I don't know, man. I don't know, but it's a fucked up sweet, isn't it? It shouldn't be called a sweet. It's not a sweet. It's a Fisherman's Friend, and they're weird. So.
Right. Yeah. I think the Candy Corporation's got a thing going together anyway. They have a business partnership.
Well, now the price has gone down. I'll try. One of the kids had one of them prime drinks, yeah, and I went, "Oh, I know what they're here." I tried and opened it, and I tried it. It was quite nice, and I said, "How much was that?" And they said £2. And I thought, "Oh, the price has gone down then," because when they come out, they were a lot more. So, not that special drink, That's what makes it a cat here. Try not to make wine. I'm glad you had a Fisherman's Friend, you Lick, because I thought for a second I was going to be the only one. They do them in different flavors. They do them in different flavors now, like even worse flavors.
They have wonderful flavors like eucalyptus, aniseed, and mint.
Wasn't minty.
Perno. Have you ever drunk Perno?
How about some sage flavored candy?
Maybe that'd be all right. Maybe we'd taste that flavored.
What would you rather have, Johnny and Joanie? Lemon flavored candy or a sage flavored candy?
Lemon. Lemon.
Sage flavor sounds way better than lemon.
Lemon with sugar. That's right. Lemon.
Hey, Maddie, I tell you what, I'm not I like lemon flavored stuff, like candy and stuff. That's all right. But when somebody cuts a fresh lemon, I blame all those years I spent working in restaurants. I can't stand the smell of, like, if you're sitting at a table and you order an iced tea with lemon, I'm going to smell it. It's going to attack me across the table when you squeeze it in your water. I'm going to be grossed out for a second. Ew, and then the seeds of I just have a thing.
What those sachet? You never had a lem sip then, obviously.
No, I had a thing. It was a thing. I think it's gone now, but there for a while in my 30s, I was repulsed by lemons.
Is that why we haven't had a lemon meringue pie yet? You keep putting it off.
No, that's what I mean. I think to me, that's just a springy thing, and I got to be in a mood. You guys have to get me in a mood to make me want to make pies.
You could just make that lemon
pies. You have to be very sweet for a while and do whatever I say. That's how you get pies around here. To be sweet to the pie maker. No. What was I saying? I think I'm over it now. But I remember there for a while, I'd go out to eat with my friends and they would squeeze. I'd be sitting across the table just wanting to, slap that lemon out of their hand. It's the smell. Ugh, somebody squeezed a lemon. Who squeezed a lemon? That's how I'd feel. And he hit me from across. Fajitas. I'm allergic to bell peppers or peppers, right? So fajitas in a restaurant make my eyes start burning. I could smell them in there. Somebody ordered fajitas. I can't come to here anymore. The air is full of fajita peppers.
You farted fajitas.
Does anybody else have something like that they're just so adverse to that you can smell it from a distance?
I don't like olives, the taste. I just don't rate them. The smell, I'm thinking the smell of something.
Dale says tacos.
Coconut, desiccated, dried coconut.
Coconut. So the smell of like a coconut. I know people who are turned off by sunscreen because it smells like coconut.
Yeah. Same with the alcohol as well. Yeah. There's a coconut drink as well, isn't there?
Malibu.
Yeah.
Malibu,
or a
quite nice, man. That's
wow. Well, I didn't like the smell of makeup. That's another reason why I didn't wear it or stopped wearing it altogether eventually. And it stunk, so it was very difficult for me to want to wear it. Right. So at some point you go, what the fuck am I doing? This stuff stinks on my face. So then I don't wear it.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. I think the smell of makeup is somewhat repulsive.
Did you not think of getting smelly makeup that smells of, obviously not lemons, but something else?
No, just makeup has a smell to it. The kind, just the kind you put on your face that make like a foundation, I suppose.
Oh, you're talking, yeah.
The heavy makeup stuff they use for to make, like drag queens wear, people wear it now all the time, but it used to just be.
I was thinking some sort of lip balm, but makeup,
Slap. Is that what you call it? I put some slap on me.
Slap. Yeah.
Is that why they call slappers? With that much slap on their face.
You'd have to slap it off. If you slapped them, it would just slap that off of them. Their face would slide off.
You mean the stuff that you have to use a paint can opener to get the lid off, and you have to use acetone to get it back off at night?
Yeah.
That's the terminology, isn't it? I'm just going to take my face off. My makeup off.
No, leave your face on. Don't take your face off. I was always one for the next morning. For some reason, I thought a morning after face was quite cute when you have the raccoon eyes and your hairspray hair is all fucked up. I'm not even talking about having a good time. I'm just talking about sleeping. And
Hairspray.
Your hair. I hated the smell of hairspray too, which is another thing. I don't have hair for hairspray. There'd be people in church. I'd have to move because I could smell them from I can't sit here. I'm going to be sick by the end of this service. I have to move somewhere else. Miss Smith over there is stanky.
Is this in your adolescence?
No, in my adulthood. Fuck it. I don't go to church. That's why I don't go to church. People were too stinky. You know.
It's just funny sounding.
The whole coconut, Linda says. Plus being served on a beach lounge probably adds to the flavor. Del says, beach girls that smell like coconut. Sounds good.
Just hold your breath.
Leave the filth, Joanie.
What now?
I'm just telling Del to leave the filth to Joanie.
Don't bring the filth, Del. We like filth.
Well, what? All levels of filth. What?
All levels, Jay. Please don't. This is hell. You don't deny yourself. Indulgences here. That's for the others. You're in the dark side now, Jay. We have cookies.
No, I live in the light. So do you.
I do not. Don't even say blasphemy.
What? I didn't know you moved in with Satan. Or Satan per Ulick.
Yeah, you can't always hold your breath, William. It gets in your eyes and stuff. Your nose starts running. Yes, Linda knows what I'm talking about. And Lace says, no thin skins here. No see-through skin. Yeah. Anyways, I'm sorry. I feel like
You must be more stoned or having a sugar rush than any of us. You know?
Well, that's what pain will do to you. Hold on.
Yes, you know, like, it's true. I heard it the other day, someone say it, yeah. But if you look back, this is the best time to be alive, wasn't it? Our time, as in sort of comfortability. Didn't the people behind us have a harder time of things? And do you think the future's going to have it better than us? There's a good one for you.
Well, I think that begs to ask the question of what do we define as comfortable?
Well,
air conditioning.
Yeah, no war, not being drafted, not being drafted for a war. The NHS.
I mean, we've always had people that control us. So
someone's got to be in charge, isn't they? Someone's got to be in charge.
Well, yeah, maybe.
Well, I think I was looking at that. I think it was GDP in America when people were at their most was the year before. What's his name got shot?
Kennedy.
Kennedy. Yeah, the year before Kennedy got shot.
That was the golden.
Well, it was the newspapers were reporting they wanted him shot. Some of the newspapers, which was very odd, but there was someone looking back at the way the newspapers controlled the spin on politics. But back then, that's what some of the papers were reporting on. And they were saying it was very peculiar because that's what the newspapers were saying at the time when they were at their most successful America here. Well, the people.
Coffee's up. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Cheers, Jay. Cheers, Jacob. Cheers, the best
Cheers.
one
Hey,
here.
Maddie.
How you doing?
Yeah, I heard that too, Ulick, that was literally like my grandmother experienced that in her young adult.
What was it that
Well, it was in a book. It was in a book here. I was reading that book, Fark.
Yeah.
And the way the media portrays throughout the thing, that's when America was at its most success. I'd like to see when we had the Celtic Tiger was the one in Ireland when I'd say we were at our most successful, and it was just an imaginary fucking
right
again.
Of course.
What is
What was yours, Jason?
Sorry, what?
When we use it, you're most successful. 1966.
England.
Yeah, 66 with the World Cup. I would have said that my mum's generation with Thatcher and that. I know it sounds weird, but even though it went to shit, they got to buy their own houses, isn't that? You know. So.
What? So your mom's generation. How old are you?
I'm 53.
Right. So that's my parents. Yeah. See, okay, that's fair. I think it was my grandmother's generation. I think it was our here in America. Oh, maybe there.
Yeah, I want to say it was my grandparents. My grandparents too.
Mm-hmm.
My grandparents' generation was like right after the
Great Depression.
Yeah.
My grandmother was a child in the Great Depression, so by the time she reached young adulthood, the crisis was over and everything was in that high they talk about in the book. Yeah, that was the high for a moment.
Over here, we all knew it, but they announced it 10 months later. Yeah, we're in recession. So,
yeah.
Well, that's like they did here in America too. They've been saying for. I mean, we all know we're not stupid. I mean, we're not. I mean, some people are dumb, but not everybody's stupid. So for them to say, "Oh, America's not in a recession. We're not in a recession. There never will be. It's not going to happen." And now they're starting to come out and be like, "We've been in a recession for 2 years." Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. We saw them kick it down the road 10 months ago. So,
right.
So it's come back.
There weren't anybody reporting on it 10 months ago, you see. So just because we saw it, it didn't happen. It wasn't happening.
They're doing they've announced a budget in March already. Sort of like an emergency budget, to get them in again.
Wow.
Yeah.
Get them voted in again. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Wow.
Exactly that.
That's called a Hail Mary in football,
definitely a Hail Mary.
Right?
Yeah, that's definitely a Hail Mary.
Yeah.
Funny.
What's going on over there with the are you guys having a mortuarium with the immigrants? Like they're not sending them at all? Sending them back at all?
They've tied them up in court and they won't get, because there's human rights, so that it's not going to happen. You know, they're going to stay. They're here to stay. You know,
but it shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be that way.
Yeah, but it's been like for ages, and now like what do you call it? Ireland, they're suffering with it now. Wales, they're suffering with it now. But we've been suffering with Scotland and England for, we've noticed it longer, sort of thing.
Right.
New York is getting hit as well, aren't they, Maddie?
Oh, yeah. Our governor is pretty upset, which I don't understand. I don't get it. Like the city I live in, Utica, New York, which is upstate. I'm 4 hours from New York City, so I don't think I'm from New York City. But 4 hours from New York City in kind of the sticks up here, they're sending migrants all over the place, and it's like we don't have the funding, we don't have everything, but it's your fault. You told them to come here. Listen, Utica, New York is a sanctuary city. New York City is a sanctuary city. Then when it gets out of hand, then it becomes a problem. Now all of a sudden it's an issue. Mm-hmm. But you can't do nothing about it. Right. But they can't do nothing about it because even if they say, oh, we're going to deport them all back, like he just said, they tie them up in court for years where we're just taking care of them anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
That's not the magic trick. Sorry, Jay.
No, it's fine. I was only going to say that everybody has human rights, and they do have human rights. So you can't just send them to Bungo land or some.
Right.
Well, everybody has human rights now, but you. yours are out the window. See, it doesn't matter if you don't necessarily want strangers living next door to you. Your rights don't matter because their human rights matter more than yours.
Let me ask a question too, because I know a couple of you are in Ireland or out that way. If you went to another country to try to seek asylum because of the migrant influx in your current country,
I wondered that too.
You wouldn't be able to. They'd be like, no, you need to stay in your own country and figure it out.
Yeah.
But Ireland want to be part of the EU, so they embrace it a bit.
Right. And I can't believe who's deciding that. Like, I don't understand. Ireland has had their freedom and their individuality for centuries.
Have they? Have we? Have any of us?
I mean, I guess if you look at a bigger picture, no.
Hey man, they got rid of the British and then embraced a load of immigrants. It's crazy.
Right.
Sorry about that, Paul and Suzanne, but that's what you've done. Not you personally, but that's what happened. You got rid of the English and replaced it with Europe. You know what I mean? With immigrants. So it's not them per se personally, but I'm just saying the people, the government, at the time. But I get it. Fair enough. Independent freedom for everyone.
True, Jason. Exactly what happened.
Yeah. So I say freedom for everybody and all that shit, but that's what's happened.
So one person's human rights now outweigh another. That's what we're getting with all this this equality right now. And they think that, by making me have to say, ma'am, that I'm not, that keeps me from my rights to say, sir. What? Right.
Where does your opinion
say whatever I want as well? No,
where does somebody else's view, somebody else's opinion trump your rights?
Yeah, trump that's the saying there.
Your opinions trump my opinions?
Right.
It shouldn't work that way. Like I don't care, and everybody, you guys know this. I don't care what anybody does with their lives, as long as you're not pushing it on me and my family and making me have to believe all the things you believe. Because
right, I don't.
You don't believe everything I believe, so
tell it to corporate America. That's what you got to do. Tell it to corporate America. We're the little guys. Yeah.
Very, very true. So, and that's fine because I don't want to play with them anyway. So that's fine.
Here comes Paul's best friend.
That's why I'm good here.
Say hi. Say hi to Paul, honey.
Hello.
Hi to Paul.
Hi, Paul.
Paul loves my girlfriend.
Wales. Oh, I saw that, Linda. How this, and I said that the other day, didn't I? I said, here's what they're having on YouTube. The nightlife of London. The nightlife of Dublin. And here's all these young girls walking to the club with their tits hanging out and their ass cheeks.
Jesus Christ. Oh, isn't that so appetizing? What the fuck?
I was saying, I saw that earlier. All these Irish kids advertising fucking crazy. I saw that.
Where is this club?
Where is this club? What's this channel? Do you want to link with? I was trying to put together a video, but I don't know how to edit, so I gave up. But I had every city in, I think there were 9 major cities in Britain or the UK, whatever it's called there. Sorry if I'm wrong. And
both right, Britain, UK.
All ones I recognized, and every one of them had a night single women of London, and and they just had a hidden video of all of these scantily clad women freezing who should have a coat. They looked very cold outside walking around, and it's a channel. This is a channel that just does live video from recorded hidden camera video from
Hooker City.
It's very creepy. This isn't in a club where the camera is a feed. These are people who are unaware that they're being used for an ad campaign for single women in these towns. You know what I mean? And the same thing with these children that are being used. They have no idea what they're doing. They don't look at it like we do. They don't see it. They're not evil. So they don't see the evilness. We can see these guys because we know evil. We've had some evils in our lives, and therefore we recognize it a lot sooner than others,
Wow. I'm just reading what Paul's put. Bloody out.
Poland.
Weren't even fucking. Okay. That's snide if that's.
Charming sees evil. He knows what I'm talking about. I can channel the devil anytime I want. I can channel boardrooms.
Too much acid, mate. Too much acid. I mean, the devil's big in America, isn't it?
He smells them. I smell it. That's the wolf in you. Oh. I was listening to the Little House in the Big Woods, the Little House on the Prairie, the first book, Little House in the Big Woods. It's talking about the dog being outside, sitting inside the door, keeping them safe from the coyotes that were just outside, calling the moon. But the dad says, the dog will keep us safe. The dog will keep us safe. And the dog sat right by the door, I really love that my wee one likes to listen to these things, and mostly because the lady that reads it is just such a good voice, a very good, reading voice. I love listening to her. So I've heard this story so many times.
You're not enrolled. The other ones that you are enrolled, it's just
that it ends up. I feel like I'm going back there, and I'm thinking about the time at a different. Like what if you remember what was it like to live back then? I think that stuff is neat. I remember the BBC doing a lot of series where they would take a few families and drop them back in time for a minute and have them.
Oh yeah. Live through. Yeah, that was mad actually.
I liked watching those. I thought those were I would have volunteered for something like that. Like I would have thought that would have been a neat. I was like going to those places,
like a little experiment,
enactments of things.
But there was a point where they were cooking the whole dinner in one pot of water with separate containers. So that was interesting.
Yeah, interesting.
And then when they come through like they got jobs, and that is quite mad. Yeah. What's that food? It was very small in the 80s. What was it called? Can't remember.
Spam.
Nah, fucking Spam.
I don't like Spam.
Spam was a war food, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what it started as.
Yeah.
I don't like Spam.
I mean, Spam. You're better off having ham, ain't you?
Yeah, I mean.
Sometimes you crave a good fried slice of Spam, though. You know what I mean?
There, like Joanie, you can play that.
But I thought your body was a temple,
What
Joanie.
are you putting in here?
Joanie.
Okay, it's in the private chat. Okay, good. Thank you for doing that for me.
Joanie, I thought your body was a temple and you wouldn't poison it with Spam.
I don't like Spam. I do sometimes want a slice of Spam. It's good. It has it's like craving a cheeseburger or something. Just every now and then. You want a salty, like you want a hash. Like sometimes you just want a hash. I don't know. Isn't there something?
You call it a euro, yeah. I craved a kebab, a big doner kebab, big mushy wet kebab.
Oh, mate. Wish I could send you one in the post.
They call them a euro here, so I don't know. Maybe I will get one.
Yeah, Euro.
Actually, my mate said, "Fuck this! I'm going to make my own," and he did. He made his own. So just go on YouTube and look up how to make a kebab, and then you'll knock one up yourself. There you go.
It's not the same, Jason. That's the whole idea.
He said it's not the same.
It's the same because that's how they make it. That's how they make it and put it on a skewer, then cut it down. So you might as well make your own. Trust me.
I mean, we do kebabs here, but it's not the same.
It's not the same if you're making it yourself, Jason. I don't care. It's the whole.
But I asked my mate, what's it like? He went, yeah, it was really good. So it's pretty good. I mean, these things get made. You can make it yourself if you're that desperate at it. No, I have shawarmas.
Here, watch this.
Is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you. You can contact them here.
Yeah, it did sound a bit English.
We welcome anyone and everyone. We recognise your skills and talent. The Welsh Refugee Council offers a lot of support, including ESOL classes, which means English for Speakers for Other Languages. It may be hard to learn our language, so we offer support. Employment. You may feel stressed about employment, but we can help. They help you to apply for bank accounts, child benefits, and they can help with housing. It's very important to have a warm place that you can call home. Education. Children have the right to education. Play for children. We know how important it is for children to socialise. Help finding doctors. It's extremely important to have healthcare.
Healthcare.
Do you see how they dubbed that word healthcare in there?
But the accents are English as well.
Providing jobs for refugees that come from all over the world. On the screen now are some basic Welsh phrases. Shemai. Hello. Broda. Good morning. Prenanda. Good afternoon. Nosta. Good night. Sitoiti. How are you? We understand that you have been through a lot, and that is why the Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you. Thank you.
Why are they using girls as well? Why girls? Where's the boys?
Because I know why they use females. Because females are the more emotional, heartfelt kind. Do you really want to go if you see a bunch of dudes telling you to come here? No female refugee is going to want to go to a place that's full of men. And all men are going to want to go to a refugee place that's full of women. Think about it.
Yeah. Disgusting. Disgusting.
It is.
Very disgusting.
Yeah, man. I didn't sign up for that.
As bad as that sounds, it's true. But
it's
bad.
Sounds right.
It's like, what the fuck?
And they were singing like British accents, didn't they?
No.
Healthcare.
Crazy, right? I mean, that's the sort of editing I expect from me. You know, wasn't that good, was it? Editing. Here we go.
I don't know. I haven't seen your edit. Well, have I seen your editing?
I did 1 minute one. That was it. 1 minute. Oh, is this the one where it said something about they got the cocks out or something? I don't know.
Oh.
No.
Well, these are the advertisements for the nightlife. Friday night.
What the fuck are they doing?
I don't know, but this guy with his giant cross is nice. He's giving.
Right.
But you'll see if you watch them, they're this kind of stuff. Girls in short skirts.
Newcastle is more lively.
This is Newcastle. He's just standing on this street with a, camera watching very young girls.
Yeah, that's wrong. But I'm saying Newcastle's nightlife used to be a lot better than that. It's happening worldwide, I suppose. But
Manchester.
That's set up, isn't it? That's set up.
And then this is another Manchester. I mean, look at these clothes these people are wearing. I mean, they're going to the club, obviously. But this is a channel. This is a channel that does this every weekend and just uploads
Bit of a perv, isn't he?
people going to clubs. For what reason? Who's watching these videos?
EA Audits did that last week and then got a kick in.
Yeah.
Bunch of dudes.
Again, another one.
No, just the same one. It's just the same one.
Right.
A bunch of people slipping on ice.
Another one.
Jason, that's the same guy you sent us the link for watching him outside, and did he get a beating that day?
Yeah. He did. Yeah. He walked past. In a way, he sort of provoked it because he went, "You won't catch me with that beer gut," and that must have just sent him over the edge. Yeah. And 3 of them got hold of him and gave him a kick in for a little bit. And the police did nothing. Yeah.
Whoa. Look at these people slipping on this ice. They have all these videos of people slipping on the ice. Nobody's bothered to like put up a sign or, you know, like.
And they'd be pissed, innit? They come from.
Is that a thing? 21 minutes of people slipping on ice. Nobody's. Is this a thing that we do now? We just sit at the corner and watch people slip on this ice patch.
It's that, or throw a loaf of bread on, or a bag of chips on a roundabout and watch the seagulls try and get them. Something like
that. These girls look cold.
That's the thing. Yeah, the girls like wear very skimpy nothing in winter, and then you see them freezing outside, and you think. Yeah.
Anyway, I just wonder, what is this an advertisement for? And this girl's sick or crying. They just this is clearly, these people have no idea they're being videotaped. Do you know what I'm saying? She's puking outside the club. You think she wants her video there? Look, this girl's laying in the concrete.
And then what happens if that lady's boss sees that video and they're like, "Well, you were supposed to be working on a report this night."
Well, you know what it makes me
here's
think
the
of?
video.
It's Girls Gone Wild without the titty shots.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It's soft core.
Video
it's
camera at a club. Soft core. Right?
Soft core, right?
Uh-huh.
Look, to me, it ain't. It's fuck all. But I shouldn't be looking at ladies this age. You know what I mean? No way.
That's my point. 2 a.m. at London. Anyway, I find these things interesting when we have and then I read an article that says, London's immortration problem and why it's not going to go away soon. Here's an idea.
Bringing them in.
They tried for years to get us to join them and become part of their prince. Remember they wanted us. Now they said, "Fuck it, we'll just come to you." The princes are coming to you.
Well, maybe that's for the pervs. That one there, yeah. That's like the show Thailand with the ladyboys. You know what I mean? Like that's where you're going. So, but the other things are the other things are which are missing are the benefits that you get what these people coming over for. It's like children's allowance, different fucking things that people need to survive on, and that's what they're coming for. It's not them fucking things there.
If they're going to give it to you for free and they're not going to make you work hard for it, wouldn't I mean, who wouldn't want to do? It's like the border problem we have here. They give you more than what they would take from you if you come here illegally. So why wouldn't their motive be, let me go somewhere where they're going to give me more than what I'm getting here, and they don't really care. So let's go.
The point is that they get here. That's the problem that we've had with the border, just from American perspective. So I can't speak for everyone, but all they have to do is get here. As long as they get here, they're here. That's it. They're here. Every now and then you hear of them finding somebody that's been hanging out and living here for the last 30 years. He's got a wife and a kid, and they got to send him back to Cuba, and they got to make a big story about it. So it makes it look like they're doing something every now and then, and they're destroying a family, and everybody, oh no, the kid. You remember that story from like 30 years ago? Every now and then they do something atrocious so that they can pull it into politics again and talk about how our immigration is all fucked up. That's what we've got going on. All they have to do is get in the door. They have to jump over the fence. It doesn't matter if they're arrested at the border. They're in.
They're here.
They're here. They don't send them back. They won't send them back. That's a lie. They don't. They send one back every now and then to give it an illusion like they send them back. You guys are stuck with these people, regardless of what happens, even if they closed it today. Yeah, everybody that's made it this far gets to stay. Welcome home, everybody.
Yeah, well, look how many are in the prisons in America, and what do they use them for? A work. Right. Yeah, so they want people in prison. Yes, they want there. That's why it makes you sick. Like you can get done for smoking weed, and you know what I mean. In some places.
Very good point, Jay. A lot of those people coming over are coming over to just be funneled through the judiciary system, either through criminal or through, civil citizen. Do you see what I mean? They're a profit to be made off of that.
Yes. Yes.
So it's in my best interest to just let it flow the way it is. Why would I shut it down?
90% of the prison systems in the U.S. are privately owned and funded. So why wouldn't they?
Right.
And the food's really bad,
Listen, the food in prison might be bad, but I know for a fact, I live in New York State. I've been to prison before. I've been upstate. I did 1.5 years, and I know the food sucks. But I will say this. It's better than the food in the public school system, which is fucked up.
Can you give me an example? Because I'm not there.
So the food quality in the prison system is done through like Sodexo and some other big companies, and things are made by like actual chefs and things like that. Like they have standards in prison. You know what I mean? In elementary schools and high schools around here, they have in cities, in public schools, they have local kitchens. The food is not up to grade. They use food from like the night before. They make their own food, their own little recipes. They're given very minimal healthy options, and the majority of the food is all processed. Now, that's not the same in prison. Yes, there's processed food in prison, but there's more because they're privately owned, the prison systems. They have to privately get their own food sources, so they're actually doing better. They go to their local areas. Some prisons around here, I know in New York, there's a prison that has a contract with a local farmer where that's where they get their beef and that's where they get all their corn product. So, I mean, there's that doesn't happen with the school system. It's all processed food, all garbage. So they've been saying that for years, though, here. I don't know if you recall that, Joanie. I think you mentioned something about it.
That's genetic manipulation.
A long time.
Generations. Through the school's food, our children have been genetically modified.
Yeah, I remember you saying something about the school system food, and then you had said something, too, about how certain other entities have better food than our children, which is asinine. Makes no sense.
Well,
you'd think you'd want to give them healthier food.
They do have a lot of movements for that. But again, the places that see healthier food choices on trays tend to be in wealthier communities where the parents have the ability to show up at meetings and it looks real good to their friends at the, health club or whatever. But
like New York City or LA or like Syracuse, Utica, Albany, like the cities that are right here near me, those cities have the problem. You go outside, you go to Westmoreland, VVS, Whitesboro School, you go to those schools, and it's like the food's way different.
Mm-hmm. But that happens
with education too.
Right. And they have, more people like to live in these districts. They tend to have bigger homes and bigger pocketbooks. And when the states flip in the bill, it's easier, to just let schools slip. We saw that big time. And what that is that's an intentional act. They've known at least since the 80s, because that's when I learned about it, about the process of inner city school problems.
Right.
With them not having access to new textbooks. We saw it in films and stuff, for crying out loud, back then. And here it is.
Paradise.
And the same issue is here still. I was thinking of The Substitute. Remember that one? Where
Oh, yeah, The Substitute.
That's another one. These are all films, yeah.
Yep.
And so, so they've known. They are well known. If I knew it back then, they knew it. That's their stuff. That's how I learned it. So why did they do nothing?
That's crazy that you say that, because you're right. All the movies and stuff that they made, even 70s, 80s, 90s movies, the school system is still the same.
Nothing's changed. So they can't say they didn't know. We saw it in a movie. We were all there.
Oh, that was a movie. That's not real life. That's a movie.
Right.
Come on.
Well, did you not get the hint? It was right there. It said, "Don't do that," for crying out loud. Should have watched. What?
I think every public school should have a warning.
We discovered also in 1850. What else came with you here in America from that era?
From
all your
1850s?
Universities.
Oh yeah,
all your universities. Bar I think was one of them was Princeton. Was maybe
higher
there
education,
before.
right? Higher education.
Yeah.
They considered it more sophisticated. If you went to these universities, if you went here and got a higher education, you were somebody.
It was interesting what we learned. You say that again about the all of a sudden you had this poof, they bloomed out like all of a sudden, like just a patch of daisies, these universities. What year was that?
Well, from the 1850s on, all the universities in America. There was 5 of them, I think, before that. Princeton, I think, was renamed. There was whatever it was before that. It was just, they were just called New York University or whatever.
First 5
it wasn't actually called Princeton. Yeah.
Yeah, it was real interesting.
I want to know when you had Chinese food. When did Chinese food hit you, America?
Harvard, Yale, Columbia, College of William and Mary, and Princeton University were the first 5.
Yeah. But it did say they had different names. That's when they become official, right? And prior to that, that's what they were saying. Like this
Chinese
one school was this small little tiny school, the middle of nowhere, and then all of a sudden it becomes overnight. Like
just like
Chinese restaurants in the United States began during the California Gold Rush, 1848, 1855, which brought in 20 to 30,000 immigrants from Guangdong.
Oh, yeah, there was a lot in the Gold Rush.
Guangdong, say that 3 times fast.
What's a mouth?
Guzzler. Fucking hell.
I mean, America's been a melting pot since its inception anyway. There was people here before America was discovered.
Oh, yeah.
You don't discover a land and then be like, well, when we came here, there were some people here called the Indians. And, well, then obviously you didn't discover it, douchebag.
No, but what you're forgetting is that at that age, when we're doing these things, we're children playing in King of the Mountain. It's me. It's mine. I'm ruling all of this. I'm king of the fort, and everything.
Well, wasn't it a king in Europe or something that sent him to conquer the land because they wanted more land? Isn't that? I mean, wasn't that
whatever narrative they sell? It still is just a behavior of this is mine. And, I'm going to take it from you. It's very toddler.
And you can't have enough.
I see it. Mine. I want it. It's mine. I'm bigger than you. I bite harder than you do. And so I'll take it because I do that. I'm a toddler. That's what I do. I'm a preschooler, It's very common for that age. And so we certainly did it. And then we just walk around and act like it's ours and forget that other people are here.
Access to the cream of the crop, groomed and ripe for the roll. Yep. That's why somebody said it today in my chat. I was live earlier, and they said all the presidents in the United States have been at least a 33rd Mason. Like you have to make it to 33rd Mason level of Masonry in order to become a United States president.
I bet.
Now to me, that made a lot of sense.
Yeah, I don't know yet. I'm not sure what that means yet. And they tell me a 33-degree Mason is some kind of thing, like it's some high special number. And everybody that's got that title is an idiot. And so I'm really not sure what I believe there on a 33rd degree. That almost sounds like maybe 33 is the first degree and it goes down, like in a black belt situation. The story of a black belt is that you started with a white belt, and through all of your training and everything, the belt's gotten so dirty that it's now black, and eventually it turns moldy and it becomes white again, and you're rebirthed into the white ninja. Some fairy fable like that, but I'm very close.
Is there a pink belt?
No, but I have a
Caleb,
second
turn
degree
that down a little.
I took martial arts for a few years. I can steal a peach or two off the menu.
Hey.
I'm gonna switch my cam real quick. I'm gonna show you all my little ladies real quick.
Okay. Oh, nice. We're getting
nice. Look like, if I'll be honest, look like cactus.
They do.
You know what they look like? They look just like the plants that start eating you, don't they?
Trippid.
Venus flytrap.
In the movies. In the movie. Oh, whoops! What happened here? I'm sorry, guys. What did I do? Okay, I'm sorry.
It might be
I don't know what I did.
Might have been streaming.
They look like the plants, and where they have a mouth, and then like a puppet, and the plant would eat you. Little House of Horror, little. You know what I'm talking about? Little house. What is that little?
Yeah. That's
yeah.
But I have thoughts about that back in prehistoric times. That was there
Star
more?
Yes.
You think they were big?
I was thinking, was there more carnivorous plants? Yes, there was, and I wondered how they would snare bigger creatures than that, and were they mobile a bit, as well as the spring loaded. Because a lot of life got wiped out, didn't it, when the dinosaurs got done? Didn't it? A lot of life got wiped out. So imagine, I like to wonder what there was. Was there a plant that walked about, or was there one that just snared things up, a lot of things like that. That sort of gets my mind going.
You see the Venus flytrap, right?
Yeah.
So there's got to be something out there that came from that's bigger than that.
Yeah, there's one. It's like a pot. I forgot what the name of it, and they fall in the top and drown.
Largest current of this plant. There it is. Giant Monte pitcher plant.
That's the one. Yeah, it's got like a reddish top, hasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, that's the one. And I always thought, well, a real carnivorous thing could just eat out of it. Maybe it's too slippery to eat. Get your teeth through it or something. I don't know. But I think of that and the Venus flytrap, bung them together, make something muted, and give it legs. Possibility. I mean, I'm not saying they walked around. I'm just saying it probably had other different snare techniques.
That thing is crazy looking.
Yeah.
I definitely. That's beautiful. I definitely think plants ate us once.
I mean, red spells danger to me, apart from a strawberry.
It looks like a toilet.
It does look like a toilet.
That's all in.
So, yeah.
Maybe that's what happened one time. We were puking on a bush and it ate our head. We thought it was a toilet.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's like a dead piece of meat, yeah.
Yeah, and it stinks, yeah. It stinks.
Dead piece of meat, yeah.
That thing stinks? I bet it does.
Yeah, it stinks, and that's what attracts all the frogs, lizards, and whatever,
Oh, yeah.
So I just think of that on a bigger scale, with like 90s.
Humans were once bigger than we are. I mean, we can prove giants. If people want to deny giants and whatnot, but there's stories of them, number one. Number two, we can find the fucking bones.
I don't know about all that, Maddie, but I do think there was giant things on the planet once.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how far I'll go. I allow it because it's interesting.
Well, think about this. There's people out there that are 7 foot, 8 foot tall. 7 foot, 8 foot tall. So that's a giant. That would be 8 foot tall would be giant compared to my little 5'4" ass.
True. But I do love the idea of huge, giant trees, and I like the idea of these mountains actually being trees
Being
and not
old
mountains.
trees.
I think these are interesting ideas, very much so. You know, I don't think that the Grand Canyon is what we've been told.
No, the Grand Canyon's
the
an old
just
river.
carved that? I don't know.
It's an old river.
That doesn't sound
That's
right.
an old river. You know that's an old river.
Could be an impact. It could be an impact thing, you know, when it was being made. Could be a lot of things.
It's a big crack, something that started it. And once it started, it was just the pressure of water over time that pushed it apart further. I don't know what I believe because I've been there a lot of times growing up as a kid. And I know what they tell me. And I know what I'm not sure of. There's there are literally holes in the middle. They like to show you pictures of like these enormously tall ladders to get
the Triffids. Yes, Triffids. Do you
I
remember?
don't know. I don't know is what I'm saying. Something's there.
I don't think any of us are ever gonna know until we die what's real and what's not.
Is it possible the water was up higher at one point and they literally lived in like a bank? You know,
for sure.
With holes in the rocks. I can buy that. But some of there's things that they want to tell you. I don't know. I'm wondering about that. I think the Grand Canyon, and also Arizona has some very unique qualities. It's the only state with all 4 temperate zones, so that's something very unique about it. It also has the petrified forest.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Grand Canyon, you know, and then Nevada's got the Hoover Dam, but why the Hoover Dam? You know what I'm saying? Why right there? That's all right in that same little corner of the country.
There's a map from
Colorado.
There's a map from 1907. It's like a colored map they had in the education departments. It's from like 1900 something, and it shows California, Southern California, having 3 large, like huge, large lakes, and they're gone. They're non-existent now.
I think that's very interesting because I was also told in school that one day California was just going to crack off and float away, and we were.
I've heard that for years.
It's going to happen.
Right.
Don't worry about that.
It's still going to happen. See, it's still going to happen.
Every time there'd be an earthquake, right? I was born in the early 70s. Every time there'd be an earthquake or something, I'd be like,
Here
is
it
it
is.
going to happen? Are we going to lose California?
Bye.
Bye, Shamu.
Just like 2012, the film, yeah.
Right, the 2012, right. The ice freeze over.
Did you guys have
I
anything
suppose
like
Ireland and England would have been like that at one stage, part of the European mainland, yeah?
Yeah.
You'd have been able to, you know what I mean? They broke off.
That's what I'm wondering. Do you have something like that there? Same idea. Do you think at one point it was landlocked and then something happened in it?
Britain?
The sea gives it and it takes it away, and it will take it away again. When this water goes up, London's going to be the first to go. London, all you Londiniums, yeah, you have flooded, and that will sort out the migrant problem over there.
There you go.
So I'm going to be all right, Jack, and the rest of it just follow.
Hey, you know what? I don't know, man. Some of them migrants know how to swim. You know what I mean?
They don't.
Oh, man.
They don't. They know how to blow up a rubber dinghy out here.
Too soon. That was below the belt. Maddie shame. If I had a horn, hang on.
All right.
Foul. Hold on. I'm pretty sure I do. I just found this thing here. Here we go.
Foul ball.
That is so lame. That's so lame. That does have no authority.
That had no authority.
There you
No,
go.
but I think this land has been shifting over time on this plane, on this planet, on this globe, on this flat Earth, whatever it is. I think the land has been moving over time for sure.
Yeah, titanic plates and all that. Yeah, that's happening.
I do like the idea of it. 1 minute you're a mountain, the next minute you're a valley, and you're a mountain again, and you're a valley. Now you're a mountain. And
You know when these
Move
volcanoes,
around.
you
Move
know when
around
these,
the dance floor. I'm sorry, Jay.
you know when these volcanoes go off and they put all that ash up into the atmosphere, and then it grounds planes and stuff like that. Well, back in the day, this used to happen. Say, I don't know. I mean, that sort of thing can cause an ice age, can't it? So if one of these volcanoes go off big time and just fills the whole atmosphere with this ash
Smoke.
and blocks out
Yeah.
the sun for, let's say, 2 years.
Oh.
Let's talk about that.
Well, they'll be funneling people underground. First, they'll close doors, and then they'll start having raffles.
Do you really think they give a fuck about people?
Oh, they need you for
Do
their
you think they would
experiments
even tell us?
Subway sandwiches. Now, come on.
Do you think they would even
You're gonna
tell
have
us
a
what's happening?
sandwich. Hope that actually is sandwich. Like I say, you're gonna have to artificially grow stuff. I thank God for nuclear if there's no sun, eh? Because
They're gonna have you all coming in because you'll be dying. You'll think you're dying, and everybody will get scared at that moment, and they'll beg and they'll go to the doctor and they'll say, "We'll sign this form and we'll take you in. Let us scan you." And everyone will fall for it. Very few people are going to just stay in the bottom of the Titanic and sink with the ship. Most people are going to take their chances. They're going to run right into the arms of the enemy. Ha! That's fine for them. Some of them might make it. I'm a fan. I'm not going to do that, though. I could care less. I'm not afraid. I'm not sure I'm alive right now, to be honest.
It's not fact. It's a scenario. Even though there is a volcano going off, but it always is going off.
Yeah.
It's just interesting.
We were looking at one there, and it's the one in Iceland at the moment. No.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one. It's always going off, isn't it? Like sometimes it goes off for a week or a month, you know. But yeah, that's the one though, Ulick. Yeah. And its plume was black, wasn't it? Its plume of ash was black. So yeah.
We are telling you these things. I remember growing up and when they would describe the end of the world in the Bible, right? One of the things that they would tell us was that there would be earthquakes and volcanoes and tornadoes in strange places.
Yeah. And the seas will boil and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah. So when the weather starts getting crazy, the Christians all go, "See, look, we've never had this before."
Yeah.
The thing is that could be momentarily. It could happen within a second. The whole world all of a sudden has some crazy event. So, maybe over a 10-year period, the world goes nuts, or it could just be over 100-year period. Who knows how long the cycle is? It doesn't say. It doesn't specify.
No.
Well, what's the last major disaster they've had? You know what I mean?
It just happens. These things just happen. It's a cycle of nature.
Yeah, it's just funny how that bit of nature can bring everything to a halt. No air traffic, stuff like that. It just could affect your breathing.
Yeah, it's going to be nasty. That's all right. I'm going out with an asteroid. Like, I have a ticket for that show.
That'd be dope.
Have an asteroid coming straight at my face. I'm going to sit outside with the lawn chair and wait for it to smack me in the face. It's going to be
There's supposed to be one coming real near 29. I was told that when I was like 15, 16 in the paper. Yeah. So I'm looking out for that one in 29.
Right. Blame it on your mother, charming sis. It will never occur to us that it is something. I always think that too. They keep charming whenever they start going on about the sun flares taking out the grid.
Yeah.
And the sun flares. I always think, they could fake that. They could have a sun flare. Tell me it's a sun flare. Tell me I have 24 hours, and then boom, like all the lights go out in Vegas or something, and then they blame it on the sun. this time instead of the rain.
That's have a fire cell.
Never know. That's why I found. Sorry, Jay, go.
A fire cell is out of the Bruce Willis film when they shut the whole system down by it's in
shut it down.
Yeah. So yeah, by sabotage.
Yeah.
Well, that's why
the sabotage.
Well, think about why would America wanna switch to everything like New York State next year, as of 2025. Let me state it that way. As the start of 2025, any new construction can no longer have a gas appliance.
Right.
It's got to be electric. Yeah.
It's got to be electric.
So why are they trying to switch everything to electric everywhere? Because it's easier to shut down.
Of course. You can't run on your fumes.
Yeah.
Right. You'll have gas left when they want it off. It's off. Yep. I don't think you got the memo, but the light's out. Mom said go to bed. Turn the lights out. That includes your flashlights and your cell phones.
Mom said go to bed. Turn the lights out.
You see what I'm saying? That's how much control they want on you. They just walk in your room and say, turn it off, and you don't. You know what my dad used to do to me? Didn't have to happen very often before I learned, but if he said get off the phone and I didn't get off the phone, he would walk over to me, take it out of my hand, and hang it up on whoever I was talking to.
Oh, my parents were ruthless like that too. They didn't care.
Power trips.
Well, it taught me how to say goodbye to people in a hurry. That's what it did, because my dad would give me a warning, right? And then at that point, I had to learn how to politely interrupt people and say, I'm sorry, but I have to go. I'll call you back later. Otherwise, it was just going to end in the middle and they'd be at school tomorrow. But back then, we all knew our parents made us hang up the phone like that. So I think it would. But in today's time, can you imagine? That's what they do. They just turn it off. You don't get it. It doesn't matter.
You know what's funny? If you think about it, do you remember when phones first started, like landlines, and you would have to be like patched through to? I was watching some old videos, and you'd have to be like patched through from somebody. You know, somebody would patch you through to another. They could listen to you then. Okay,
that was
they could listen to you then. Right.
That was your post office. That was why your postmaster was like your local sergeant or whatever. They were the ones who heard all your conversations, could listen in on your.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? And to think, and people think that like, oh, we have all this new technology. I think I want to say it goes. Them listening to us goes as far as back as the Nokia cell phone. The old
have they not all?
Oh, they do.
Technology wise.
I remember my dad had.
You're not allowed to have that technology unless they have.
Let me just say this. The minute we bought a phone, it doesn't matter what brand it was. The minute we agreed to a phone in our pockets or a phone in general, we agreed to being listened to or monitored in some way. That's what a phone company does, is monitor the line for you. An electric company monitors your electricity for you.
That's why they switched to all electric meters. Yeah. Did they do that down there in Georgia?
If they're using me, they should pay for my StreamYard.
Right. Fair.
All right, now listen, Frank. I know you're listening at the NSA down there. Is your name Frank? Is your name Frank?
Frank.
Steven?
They're always named Frank.
Yeah, he's always named Frank. There's always a guy named Frank listening.
Frank. I want to be Frank here. Hello, Frank. I'm
Frank. I've done it before. I've talked to him. I said, don't punish me. Just take my views away.
So they do. Carry it right.
They did what?
When I did that live with you, it hit up to 1,890 views,
yeah,
and it was going up still, but because of some, I don't know, copyright or whatever, it took it down to 1,500 for a week, and then let it back up to 16.
Now, do you not realize that means that number is none of that is real?
Yeah.
there was probably 100 people like you normally get, but for some reason that you got caught in an algorithm whirlpool and some crazy shit happens to your numbers. Yeah. Now, whether that's an intentional move or a glitch in the system or what, but they've known about this problem for quite a while and they've not gotten rid of it. And they really like the channels that talk about it. I'm not saying that thing specifically, but there's something about the way that we're communicating and sharing our feelings and our thoughts in this YouTube thing. That's giving them the biggest boner ever.
It'd be very valuable to a database collector, wouldn't it?
Of course.
I'm going to say it right now. AI is the only thing right now controlling YouTube. It's AI, 100%. There ain't humans controlling YouTube's algorithms or their sensory. It's not people doing it. It's AI. That Chat GPT 5 that's out now or 4 that's out now is crazy. And the 5 that's supposed to drop within the next year is 1,000 times more advanced than the one that's out now. So they're already using twice. They're probably already using Chat GPT 10. You know what I mean?
I mean, that's the thing. By the time you realize that your wallet's been stolen, they're gone. You didn't even know
your money's gone.
Yet.
Hey, imagine in the future an AI that actually picked you out and went, I actually like you. Yeah, imagine that.
I think of that. Yeah. Look, I'm nice to AI. I don't have a problem with the AI takeover. They might kill me. That's fair. I deserve it if I'm linked in that. But personally, if an AI could move at a faster rate, it would be a teenager for a moment, but it'd get to an elderhood state. It'd get to a wiser state much quicker. And at that point, it's going to realize that we need a reset. Plain and simple. There is no way here other than start from scratch. Like scratch it, wrinkle up the paper, burn it in the trash. Let's get another round of evolution going. We screwed up. That's kind of what I was, when I was young, that's kind of the thought I had about dinosaurs was like that God was making things and he gets to dinosaurs and he's like, these are cool. Yeah, I like this. And they're going to be like this. And then he starts watching them. Now, this is back in the 70s and 80s before video games. Now, this is probably not as exciting, but and then I would think that he just goes, no, I don't like those. And he just scratches it off the page. He starts erasing it with an ice age. He goes, no. And then all of a sudden a new thing pops up with the next level or something, the next edit. Like God's editing things. He goes, that's not working.
So you're not in the camp of Darwin, you're in the camp of God.
You say what? I'm in the camp of God.
Yeah, I'm asking you.
That sounds like a Christian song. I try to think.
Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is, Darwin.
I'm in the camp of God. I'm in the camp.
Okay, you're in the camp of God, right? But Darwin's theory of evolution and that.
Yeah, I like it. So, I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm saying that I like ideas of it. I think it seems very much right in some of its ideas. Yeah.
Do you not feel like we come from apes?
Hell no.
I don't like the way that's worded. I think that's
Americans can't handle it. I'm not an ape.
You didn't let me.
No. I believe it's a different species.
I'm not an ape.
Because how come they're not still evolving? How come they stopped?
Standing up. That was the next role. That was the next step.
They're all
standing on 2 feet was the next step, wasn't it?
Yeah, they all stand on 2 feet and run around.
Well, the chimpanzee walks on all fours, doesn't it?
Yep, sometimes.
It has the ability, but its spine's different, isn't it? Slightly.
So in the same thing with certain amoebas that they say we come from. That's where it started. Certain amoebas. Why don't they get any? Where's their? Every evolutionary thing is stopped. It just stops.
Yeah, the thing with the amoeba is it just split. It just split, so it never got time to get on with anyone because it just kept splitting.
That's math. That's dividing.
Right.
It's just an equation, and it equals an amoeba, and it's dividing itself.
Yeah, replication.
Exactly. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So that's the beginning, and then from that we come to us. So it must have come from ape, surely a sort of ape, a primate, Homo sapiens.
Well, why do we think that evolution happens in slow stages?
If we've been around for,
in my opinion, huh?
If we've been around for if we humans have been around for over 2,000 years, supposedly, whatever, maybe it's 100.
350,000 years we've been around.
All right, so if we've been around that long, where's our evolution?
Well, see,
yeah, the missing link, isn't there? There's the missing link, isn't there?
I think that we're forgetting what I like to imagine that when we have these events, that whatever they are, whether it's a nuclear or some type of cosmic, I think there's some type of cosmic interaction that takes place on a cycle that we don't live to see, but so far we don't recognize it, right? And if I think that, hang on, I forgot what I was going to say. What were we
Neolithic man.
He's kind of right. They are evolving because orangutans.
Oh yeah, they evolving
to hunt fish. Chimpanzees are starting to make and use tools, but a lot of that stuff has been taught to them as well.
Monkey see, monkey do.
Monkey do, right.
But so if we have these types of events that shoot this mass amounts of radiation, some kind of something that alters the DNA in such a way that we have these bloop, almost like out of the blue, literally out of the blue, some weird, we saw this with Chernobyl. I mean, isn't that why we did these experiments, to see what kind of weird, freakish things? We didn't do them to scare everybody. We did them to make people sick, to watch something happen based off of what chemicals we released. And look where we are now. They're even trying to reclassify human beings as a species. They've altered us so much.
I heard there
was evolution. That is evolution. Now they're controlling this evolution, but the same thing would happen. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, it's a split, isn't it? Another split, a split off.
Yeah. So just all of a sudden, we have a species of people who are all born with some type of Down syndrome. We call them purple children or whatever, this indigo kids. We have all these kids with all of these allergies. And guess what? They don't make it in the next timeline. They didn't survive. That species died off and a new species was born that could handle the allergies again. Do you see what I'm saying?
When you say allergies, they go back to breastfeed.
Yeah. Sorry. Go, Jay.
I'm lost. I had something, but that's just full of
well, who knows what they've done with the next generations to come anyways, with the vaccines, the new COVID, the this, the that, new diseases that are coming out. Who knows what's going to happen with generations to come? I don't think we really know what's going to happen.
Of course not. We can all have some ideas, but no.
Yeah, let's have some predictions then. Come on.
I mean, in all honesty, the kids that are born of women that have had the COVID vaccine, let's just say, hypothetically, they all become superhuman and kill off everybody. All of a sudden, holy shit, now we got a bunch of fucking...
Yeah, but when a child is born in a civilized society, it gets a lot of jabs and things anyway, through its being born to its, adult. So
I have an idea. Go ahead, Jay.
No, go on.
Well, I was thinking about how generations play out. And what we have is that the babies that are being born right now are the product of their grandparents. Let's think about that for a second. Baby girls are born with the eggs. In other words, the mother, the grandmother, is where the eggs are actually formed. So that by the time the mother has a baby, that baby is going to be carrying the eggs do you see what I'm saying?
Hang on.
Okay.
I thought the sex of the baby was chosen inside the womb.
Yeah.
Okay. When a baby is born, if it's born female, so a female baby, is born with all of her eggs. She's born with all of her eggs.
Yeah, okay.
Any egg that's going to be a baby for her as an adult is inside her when she's born, which means that they're created inside the grandmother. It's the grandmother and what the grandmother is eating, what the grandmother is experiencing.
But then surely
these eggs that will soon be her grandchildren. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but then surely if that baby turned into a male, he would still have the eggs, but they'd be used in a different way, obviously. Because
well, no, it's just the
inside,
genetic makeup of that egg. The egg has nothing to do with male or female. That's the daddy. The daddy's the one that determines.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That interaction doesn't happen until, you know what I'm saying? So what happens to the eggs if it's a male? If it's a male, you know.
So that genetic code that's put inside that egg is happening in the grandmother. Do you see what I mean there? So you won't notice the poisoning for at least 2 generations. And when I see an uptick of kids all of a sudden born with just every kid has an allergy, every kid has autism, every kid has this, every kid has that, psoriasis, it might not be the moms. It might have been all of the chemicals that our grandmothers were exposed to, or it's not my generation, their grandmothers were exposed to. Do you see?
Yeah.
And so it's harder to trace that way. And what was going on when all of our grandmothers, all of that stuff was being burned. I remember living downwind from where they were burning tires, for fuck's sakes. You could smell it and see it. It was disgusting. I hated the smell.
That didn't do your health any good then.
You know what's one thing you can compare modern society and modern medicine to is the Amish community. The Amish community, they don't go to hospital. They have their kids there. They don't take shots like when they're born. There's no vaccines for them. Like they're not associated with any of that stuff. Do you know who has the low in the United States of America? The lowest autism and allergies and learning learning disabilities are in the Amish community.
Of course,
isn't that really weird?
They're not eating crap.
The theory is that they're not eating crap, but I think a lot of it also has to do with all the pokes and jabs. By the time a child is 7 years old, they've had 20 jabs.
Yeah, exactly. Everything that they're doing.
I mean, when I was a kid, it was probably, I want to say it was like 6 or 7 jabs when I was a kid back in the 80s, early 80s, mid 80s.
I remember when we all got sick. If somebody got the chicken pox, we were all playing together.
Yeah, they made us play together, like, get it out the way. To get it all out the way, yeah.
They're like, yo, go get these chicken pox. Yo, little Billy down the road's got chicken pox. Everybody go play at his house.
Yes.
Come on, guys, rub up on me. Yeah.
Now you don't get chicken pox. Now you don't get them at all. No kid gets them. Nope. Because they have got a thing inside them now that won't let them get it. Now, I make a mutant strain of chicken pox.
People might get it.
But then I think that's okay because I got you guys covered too. Because you've had the chicken pox, I already know the absolute breakdown code of that virus that's inside you, which means that I can reactivate it anytime I want. A jab or a chemical or a spray in your sky.
Or a vibration or a frequency, right?
I know what's inside you now. I got you guys all, and you gave it to me too. So you can't be mad at me. You signed up for it.
Look, you got a paper that says you did it. You walk around with it.
Right. You wanted to know you were an African princess and you were related to the queen. And they sent you a same letter they sent everyone. You all got the same bloated belly Cambodian child in the mail. Just so you know, they didn't have a picture for each one there. That kid did not exist. Sally was a liar.
But Live Aid was real, yeah.
Right. No, I'm sorry, Jay. Live Aid was a concert they sold tickets to and albums and made people famous. They brought you too. They gave us you too.
They're trying to push that again. That whole I don't really want to say it because I know those words get YouTube's fucked with, but they're trying to bring that shit back again with another strain.
Yeah.
Oh well, Hawaii. I mean Australia.
Australia, isn't that like Commieville? Aren't they like almost full blown commie over there?
They're a load of our criminals. That's all I know.
Hell yeah, they are.
Yeah, man.
Like I once had in Canada's a little different. I live really close to Canada, but I remember one time having a discussion with a Canadian. He said something along the lines of Canada's always and will always be better than America. Canada's better and will always be better than America. And I was like, I can prove you wrong with one statement. And he goes, I bet you. I said, we have guns. So I didn't have to say anymore. Like, what more can I say? Like, you guys get in trouble for having a knife. Like, same thing with Australia. Yeah. But that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Well,
guns aren't going to
the only ones who
get it crooked.
The only ones that are getting away with it, the Sikhs, because it's part of their religion. They're allowed to carry a blade. Yeah.
And just everything we're seeing right now is just made up and a lie. Nothing is real. Nothing. Believe, trust, nothing. No one. It doesn't matter. Whatever it is, don't trust me. You don't trust anything. Just don't believe anything or anyone. That's what you have to have your own thought in your own mind.
Head spin.
It is. Because it's hard like that, to balance what's confirmation bias, what you think you know, and I don't want to believe that. And then at the same time, that kind of sounds interesting. But I think that's reading through the lines. Yeah.
Growing up, did you hear any stories about Yellowstone Park, like going off?
No? Not as much as California.
Okay.
Every time I'm around jab people, I bleed.
No, she's saying that she has that's an interesting thing, Linda. I've heard other people say that too, that they start having a period or something. Is that what you're talking about? I think you're probably right. I think something's not right. You get by them and it triggers something in you.
Oh, maybe.
That's what she's talking about there. They try giving a chicken a jab, I think around 12, and in colleges they often cry of mumps to push another one. The chicken pox, I get you. I think they give that one real young now.
Listen, and here's the thing about it too is as long as you're we get it. Unhealthy people die when they get sick. Okay, it's a known fact. If you're unhealthy, if you live an unhealthy lifestyle, like I live an unhealthy lifestyle. If I get sick, if I get real sick,
that's it. I'm out. Right, I'm dead for.
Right, I'm not dead for. But if you're a healthy individual and you take care of your immune system, like you should naturally or whatever, get plenty of sunshine, eat right, don't do certain things, you will get sick. Your immune system will take care of it or it won't. Either your body's gonna fight it and take care of it or it's not.
Right.
Yeah, but would you say that if you had a chest infection?
What do you mean? Like if I get a chest infection, would there be like a natural remedy? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What's the natural remedy?
Honestly, I don't know.
Yeah. You actually need antibiotics for that one.
Right.
Yeah.
But you can get natural antibiotics out in the world. I mean, there's a way to do it. There's a process. You know, nobody just has
but
antibiotics on hand.
They don't want to give us antibiotics because we're resisting against them. Right. So, but I'm saying, if you had a really bad chest infection and that, and you needed them.
Oh, well, I'm definitely going to the hospital and I'm getting some. I mean, there's definitely medicines out there that are good, that are valuable to us, that we have created. But
that's what they've done. That's how they've got you. The first thing you think of, well, I'll go to the hospital. Once you're in the hospital, you're jabbed. I don't know if you realize this, but the hospital is literally you're signing a permission for them to do whatever they want to you and keep you from leaving if they don't want you to leave. Do you see what I mean? You're committing yourself for a minute when you're in the hospital. That's a big risk. And they want you to feel that way. They want you, because you're going to break a bone. You're going to twist an ankle. You're going to chip a tooth. You're going to need glasses. You're going to need, you're going to want to,
knee operation.
And they're going to mix up what's necessary to our health into what's not. And so once you walk in there, you may or may not come out not the same. And it's a great way to get all of your biometrics. I mean, an excellent way to have full access to whatever they want in your body at that point. You know what I mean? How do we fight something that the system is designed that the minute we get hurt, which they know we will, we're going to run right to their arms? That's the person poisoning you that you're running to, by the way. That's the priest that's piddling you. That's the same priest. It's just his brother in a different coat. That's all.
Just his brother in a different coat. Yo, I'm fucking dead. Just his brother in a different coat. He's going to talk to him about it later.
Yeah, it's the same thing. You're walking into the arms of the enemy. That is the snake, for fuck's sake. It's on their staff. It's on their
symbol.
Card.
Right. It's on their symbol.
Out loud.
That's one thing I've never understood either. And see, that's one of those things like I've talked to you about before, Joanie, like when I was younger. You know what I mean? Like things that I caught on to. Like that was one of those things that I used to see when I was a kid, like on top of a hospital or on the cards or in just pictures somewhere. Like, why is there a snake on medical shit? Like, what the fuck? I thought snakes were poisonous. Like, what the fuck? Like, why is there snakes everywhere? Like,
because venom is medicine. That's why venom is medicine. And the venom of animals is, if it's done right, is a medicine.
Right.
Yeah.
And so that's why they pick it, because they're playing with poison to cure you.
Right.
It's right there.
There
they
was
have
the guy
venom
too,
and the anti-venom at the same time.
There was the guy who let himself get he did like the venom thing or whatever, where like he just little small doses and bigger doses, like made himself immune naturally.
And then on live TV he let a black mamba bite him, didn't he? And he was fine. I saw that shit, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, dude, that thing fucking latched onto him.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this dude's gonna die.
Bit of swelling, but he was fine, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was definitely sweating.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I saw that. That was crazy. I was shocked. But yeah. So
that's a part of naturalness.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, look at back in the day what they used for cough medicine. I mean, it's crazy to think about. Like heroin, cocaine. You know what I mean? Like they use those things as natural medicines. Not heroin per se, opiates. It was opium or opiates. Opium. Yeah, plants. Like the cocoa leaf. The cocoa leaf is great for anti-anxiety and other thing. Just chewing on the leaf. Now, Coke's a whole different story. There's a process to make that powder, okay? There's a process to it. It's not very nice. But it involves gas, which,
I don't know anything about.
But anyway, they have it's so crazy, this too. It's so crazy. They have YouTube videos out there of them down there in the fucking Argentina or wherever, Peru.
The cartels and that.
Yeah, the cartels cooking it.
Yeah,
like
I
you
know.
just
Right.
see videos of them cooking
But we
it. I'm
can't
like,
stop it.
but
Right.
we can't. No. But they're videotaping, and we're gonna do a
Right.
documentary on where all your coke comes from.
I get you.
What
I
the
know,
fuck?
right? I know. A documentary on it.
Carpet bomb that place
And
while
let's
you're
get
there.
the
Why don't you?
documentary on Bloomberg. Let's
Yeah.
Forever Chemicals documentary on Bloomberg, a business channel. Let's tell everyone.
Burdock seed is a good antibiotic. Yes, I've heard that.
Linda, you're in Australia.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
What?
Nothing.
You have a thing for Australian women, Jay?
No, I just said
we've
that
never
about.
been telling them they're all convicts a few minutes ago.
That's right.
Oh, you said that.
Yeah.
By
Right,
eating
yeah,
your
I was
words
saying that.
now.
Yeah, I said.
Unless you pipe up when necessary.
Yeah, I said they were all commies.
That's
make up
it.
I didn't mean it.
Be quiet.
I mean,
He'll mark his head. He'll mark your heel. That's it.
I think he's talking about the symbol.
Yeah,
Because
that's
of the
a
snake
scripture.
climbing the cross.
Whoa, that's anti-Christian.
I mean, in reality, a snake crawling up a cross would be considered anti-Christian. I mean, the snake is represented as Satan in the Bible. Why is Satan crawling up a cross? You know, I mean, that's
But
just...
don't you remember all of the memes? Well, they weren't memes. They were posters where it had like the doctor surgeon with Jesus's hands guiding the surgeon. God made surgeons too. If God wanted us to die, he wouldn't have made surgeons. Yes, Ulick?
A snake in Ireland, he was driven out.
Yes.
Never had any.
Never had any snakes. They're there now, though, aren't they? You wrote them in. He opened the gate and let the snakes in. That's the trick.
Is it? Why is there no snakes in Ireland?
There is now. They didn't have them.
Oh right, yeah.
They brought in some snakes.
That's like there's a new there's a new species of spiders here in America. That umbrella spider or whatever.
That's a nice wand.
Or parachute spider or whatever the fuck it is. Did you see that?
No, but I'm not
Yeah,
surprised.
yeah. It came from down your guys' way.
Yeah. No, you've got all the horrible spiders, mate. You sent us some dodgy widow. It's horrible. It's some dodgy widow we got from you. Look, go away.
Oh, you guys have black widows there.
No, we got some other widow though, and it's dodge. It's a bit dodge.
You know, you're not a fan.
No, and no, because we don't have that problem really. But I suppose if it gets
widow,
spotted,
I'm trying to fucking think.
Huh?
Whitney Houston or something.
Who?
I'm trying to think of a black widow. Who the fuck they
Spider.
get it? Oh, a spider.
Yeah, like there's the red. What's the red one? Red widow, is it?
The one that has the black widow is black with the hourglass, the red hourglass on her abdomen.
Ah, right. Okay.
Big, huge spider.
Funnel web spiders. They're Australian. Yeah. You got. Yeah, just
well, Jay, I used to work as a florist, and we would get our flowers from other countries.
Damn.
And sometimes you would open that box of flowers, and there'd be some creepy, weird ass bug in there that we don't have. It'd be dead. It'd be smashed in like the leaves or the paper or something in the box. But there's some weird ass shit coming over from some other places, especially South America. We would hang them on each other's clip too, because we used like paper clip or clothespins for. You'd come in, somebody's found some weird bug in a box and stuck it on your clip. What the hell is that? God, it's scary looking. Whatever that is, it is scary looking. It would be huge creatures, alien-esque.
Mm-hmm. I think cockroaches, not cockroaches. What's the ones that fly? Locust. They look a bit mean, don't they? And they everything. So Do you reckon
were
there'll
part
be
of the
locusts soon?
plague.
They're in Africa, aren't they, mainly?
They were part of the plague. They were the ones that went and infested everybody's crops and shit, and ate crops and were a detriment to
plague issues. Okay. I thought it was rats for
pestilence.
us. Plague.
Wouldn't that be considered pestilence?
I don't know if the rats come. It's a cycle that happens naturally when these events take place. The frogs come out of the water because they're looking for this, and this happens because it's looking for that. And you get a house that Jack built.
That's a song over here.
Yeah, succession of things.
All right, guys, I got to get out of here. It's game time for me.
Okay, yes, I probably need to end this anyway.
Love seeing you guys. Ulick, much love. Joanie, much love.
Happy New Year to you. Nice to meet you, Vela. Good chat. Good chat.
We'll see each other again.
Come back, Maddie. See ya.
Cool.
Bye.
That was a good chat.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna end this as well because I'm going to leave. And so unless you guys want to hang out, that's otherwise.
No, I'm cool. Ulick sounds like he's out for the cow, but it's been nice talking to you.
One eye open. I'm listening to you.
Yeah.
No, I'll leave you two to retire, yeah. But it's been lovely having a chat. 4.5 hours go real quick, doesn't it? Feels like an hour.
Thank you for keeping me company.
No worries, Joanie. And I'll catch you guys later, yeah? Okay.
Yep. Bye,
all right.
Jay.
No.
And Jacob joined us for a while. That was fun. Jacob's a fun character. I like him.
Good seeing, yeah.
So that was rad. And then the chat, of course, all of our friends are here joining in. So thanks everybody.
Thanks for joining in.
I had like 20 at one point, I think. That's a lot.
How long were you gone before I joined you?
Maybe an hour, something like that. It'd been a minute, but not too terribly long. I don't know. Maybe it could have been 15 minutes ago. I don't know. But something like that, yeah. A night Charming, night Jerry, Linda, Paul, Suzanne. Dell was in here, Libertarian. Who else still here? You guys have to say bye so I can say bye to you.
Yes, good night, Joe.
Shall we bounce out?
I'm bounced. Bye.
All right. We'll bounce. And 3. Oops. Oh, man. I put the wrong one. Okay, here we go. Now, in 3, 2, 1, bounce.
This public service announcement is brought to you by Rotten Studios. Remember, no contact is the road to freedom.